You feel it, chat? That chill on the wind. November is here. Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Happy November. Happy weekend. Hope you're all doing well. Hope everyone had a good Halloween. Did you get a lot of candy? Did you have fun? We had a few trick-or-treaters come by. We had a couple of groups. I probably could have gotten away with the one bag of candy, but I just wasn't sure, so I overstocked. That's okay. We'll give it out to friends or whatever. Yeah, how was everyone's Friday? How was everyone's spooktacular Friday? I didn't do too much special for it. Obviously, we were watching out for the trick-or-treaters. But otherwise, it was a pretty, I would say a pretty normal day for me. The weekend so far, that's good. Yeah, the one thing I'm a little worried about, I really wanted to get a bike ride in tomorrow. It's promising it's not gonna rain, but I woke up today and it was very windy this morning, and then it dumped a ton of rain a little afternoon. So I don't know if it's even gonna be like dried up and ready to go. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know what that was. Sorry. But yeah, it might not actively rain tomorrow, but it might not be very good conditions for biking. We'll have to see. I would really like to. If there's a chance, I'm going to take it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, otherwise it's been a pretty good week. Just sort of doing some drawing, figuring out some stuff. Nothing too crazy so far, which is good. I don't need crazy. I'm crazy enough as it is. I don't need more crazy piling in, right? Yeah, I hope you are doing well. Can you believe we made it to November already? We got 2 months left of the year. Gotta make the most of them. Gotta enjoy it. I don't know. On one hand, I don't really like how quickly the months go by, but on the other hand, it's like we made it through another one, which is cool. I have an indoor bike because I don't trust the winters here. I gotta keep moving. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. And when I'm stuck indoors, you know, I have Beat Saber. I do try and go out for runs, though I think I might have strained. It feels right. One of my Achilles tendons. It was kind of spasming earlier. It doesn't really hurt, it just feels off. So, but yeah, no, physical activity is definitely important. Like having some amount of getting up and doing, because otherwise you just kind of like seize into a brick, and that's no good. You don't want that happening. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it's feeling better. Yeah, that's always a real risk that you run, right? It's not fair because you're trying to take care of your body and make sure that it can stay moving and stay healthy and everything, and then it gets damaged. It's like, well, why the fuck did I do this? This is the opposite of what I wanted. I did finish the No Man's Sky expedition last night. I had a couple objectives left to do, so I finished off the last of those. It was a pretty interesting story. Little narrative stuff, and the list of things to do was pretty cool. I thought it was all very sort of thematic and well done. So yeah, I got all the rewards for that. Now I have to actually go back in and start playing the normal game, and I'm not sure when I'm gonna do that. I keep putting that part off. I don't know. I think just having like the to-do list of the expeditions gives me more direction in the game. So I end up enjoying that more. I know what I want to do when I play the expeditions, whereas playing the base game just feels very nebulous a lot of the time. I think I sort of struggle with that a little bit. Like, I know what I want to do in the base game. I have in my head an idea of like the type of base that I want to build. I need to find a planet that will look good and sort of fit all of the requirements, I suppose you might say. And I haven't found that yet. And as far as I can see online, there isn't a good way to find that. There's just, you just wander around until you find a good planet and you're like, this is where I will make my home. It's just understandable, but it's also like really slow. So I don't know if I want to, I don't know how much patience I suppose I have for that, you know? I have things to maybe yap about. What is this? Oh, these are my notes from Obradin. You don't need that anymore. Good game. Alright, I guess we can go ahead and jump in. So, on deck today, we are starting the remake of Riven, which we played the remake of Myst a while back. So this is the sequel to that. I'm very interested to see how this goes. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go find something. I'll be right back. I wanted to grab a notebook because I felt like, you know, if you guys remember when we were playing Tunic, at some point I just had to start physically writing shit down and making diagrams and whatnot, because there was no way I could remember everything going on in that game. And I feel like the same thing might happen here. So I just wanted to get something to write on. I think I have notepads around somewhere, but I don't know where they are. I just have this notebook that's been sitting. I think I got it from work. It's been waiting to be used, so I will oblige it. The heck? Ooh, sticker in here for something. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna start that. We're gonna play that for a while, and then we've got a not Halloween fall art piece that we're gonna start in on. I think there are a couple more gift art pieces that I would like to do before the year is out. Arguably, potentially, but I want to work on this one, so we're gonna focus on that for now, and then we will try to figure out the others as we go. That's the plan. I think we will go ahead and get going with the gaming. And I do have a couple of like things to yap about, but we can always do that during the art section, right? I suppose that's kind of a different thing with the format of my streams versus some of the people that I watch, because a lot of times, you know, people will sort of do the yapping up front, and then they get into the game. And a lot of streamers are very talented at just chit-chatting about whatever while they're playing the game. I I don't think I'm very good at that. I tend to get a lot more sort of focused on the gameplay while I'm playing it. Whereas, yeah, when we're doing art, I can just yap about whatever. So, it's like I don't need to put it all at the front. I don't know. It's nice to catch up with you guys. It's nice to see how everyone's doing and sort of discuss some of the goings on of the day or the past couple days. Right. So with all of that said, the cow protection value. It was ready. I had it all ready to go. Yapping is nice. It's true. It's true. It's nice to yap with the chooms and see how everyone is doing. I guess my point is just that I don't need to do a whole big yapping section at the beginning. Like, that's the only opportunity we're gonna get to do it, right? There's plenty of time throughout the stream. Yeah. I mean, we can always come back around to it, and we can yap during the game. I feel like I'm not as good focusing on yapping while I'm playing stuff. So, a quick recap of where we left off with the first game. We happened upon a mysterious book, and in opening that book, we were spirited away to another world, this island with a bunch of contraptions and constructions upon it. And we discovered a group of people? A family, I suppose you might say. Whose people are able to essentially will worlds into construction by writing them out and describing them within the books, and then they're able to travel into the books and walk those worlds as physical places. And the worlds evolve and grow and exist independently, right? So the books are the portals. But the father, Atreus, I believe, was betrayed by his two sons and trapped within a prison book. But then I don't remember if they were trapped through his defenses or if they betrayed each other. But essentially all three of them got trapped in books. And so you encounter the brothers' books first, the red and blue books, and they're trying to convince you to help them escape. You wander around the different worlds, collecting the pages, solving puzzles, and then eventually sort of discover the truth of their deception and their cruelty and the way that they sort of use the worlds that they created and wandered for experimentation and their own hedonistic and sadistic desires, and help Atreus to escape his prison. And we don't see what he does with his son's books, but we do see some scorch marks later, so I think we can put two and two together. So yes, now Atreus is free and has helped us home. And we lived happily ever after. Unless... And that's where we pick up with Riven. Right. That looks fine. I'm gonna zoom back a little bit. Sorry, get over in the corner. Oh, hi. Many ages, infinite truths. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Most of what you'll need to know is in here.
Oh shit, you gave us a notebook. We're screwed.
And for reasons you will discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny, but it's actually a one-person prison. It's the only way to capture Gen. Here. Once you've freed Catherine, I'll come with a linking book. She'll know how to signal me. There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from. Until we meet again, take care, my friend.
That's what that looks like. So I know this is kind of a weird nitpick. I kind of miss the FMVs. I get why they converted everything to being in-engine, but the original game, like, that was acted out by a person, and it was recorded. And it was just like a fully live action video that played in the game. I don't know, something about just like the look of it was so... It was a very good look. I get why they redid it to have everything in engine. It just makes everything more cohesive, right? But I don't know. I just kind of miss the grainy, gritty look of the FMV. On the bright side, this doesn't require QuickTime to run. Old? So Catherine is Atreus' wife. I don't think they've explained who Gain is. I believe, I don't know if it was in the original game, but I believe in the remake they did briefly explain who Catherine was. Oh. Well, that's all great. Oh. Hello. Who are you? Could you let me out? Oi. Oi. Don't ignore me. It's very rude. Okay, well, this is awkward. Okay. Look, your jazz hands are very impressive. Wait. Oh. There's a lot going on right now. Can I have my book back? I was just getting to the good part. Wait. It's the world's slowest fucking gate. What? And she's gone. Ooh. Open or close the satchel. Okay, so I've got... Can I take that? No. Okay, at least there's running. Okay, let me check something in the settings. So I turned on, where is it? Interface? Yeah, so I turned on the smart cursor visibility. I turned it on because I thought having a cursor might help with any motion sickness concerns, but a big pointer, a big hand pointer is more than I was expecting. I just thought there would be like a dot. Let's go ahead and disable that. Okay, so that does seem to be working correctly. Vehicle comfort, high vehicle, haptics. Oh! Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you can change it to be different things. Alright, let's try that instead and see how that looks. Okay, that's more what I had in mind. That's super pretty. Okay, well. 87, June 10th. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. The island has resumed the familiar pattern of decay that is the hallmark of my father's work. I must now race to implement this new patch before it's too late. Oh god, he's gotta keep up with legacy code. I only hope that my revised theories are sound. June 16th. Revisions to Riven completed. There are still a number of minor adjustments that need to be made, but the basic corrections are in and should be working. Something's not right. I've been monitoring the instruments for several hours now, but have thus far observed no change. It's possible I've made an error, but I've checked my entry against my prenotation and can find no discrepancy. I haven't slept in nearly 3 days, so it may be that I'm just not seeing it. The fault is with my foundational assumptions, however. Perhaps after a short rest I will see something. June 18th. Success. It appears that my repairs have been effective after all. The gateway image has become noticeably clear, and though it's impossible to know this with absolute certainty, the island seems to have quieted itself. Just a few more weeks of work and I should be free at last to go there myself and attempt to bring Catherine back. The past 8 months have left me little time to devise a strategy for getting her out of there. Been no sign from her in all that time. I only hope that... No, I must assume she's alright, lest my fears undermine my efforts. Hey, Artemis. I partied very hard. I played Beat Saber, and I watched Has Been Hotel. How was your Halloween? What was that about the island being unstable? Oh, what? Oh shit, was that the person that took my book? Oh, and there's that guy. Rip Bozo. Is there a zoom control? I don't remember. Controller diagram, there you are. Okay, we got inventory, walking, screenshots, move. Okay, no, there's no zoom. Well, shit. June 19th. I did not create the Age of Riven. Unlike my father, I have never presumed to have such power. And yet, the future of all those who live there has fallen into my hands. So far, I've managed to read the page before it turns. The island continues to appear stable, and I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world. But the theories of one individual cannot support the lives of real people indefinitely. I must get everyone off of Riven as soon as possible. The problem now is Game. I'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the Islanders if he is still the man he used to be. I haven't seen him in over 30 years. Given his history, I must assume that he's still a threat. His myopic mission to restore the Denis civilization has left too many innocent cultures dying in its wake. A pattern that would no doubt continue, were he ever to escape the confines of Riven. For more than 3 decades now, the universe has been safe from his corruptive influence because no one has been able to leave that ill-fated age. The last linking book out of Riven having been lost in the star fissure upon my return to Mist. That was our intention. To maroon my father on Riven by removing all the existing links to other worlds. And since the libraries containing the vast and intricate knowledge needed to construct linking books remain largely confined to the ruins of Denis, he would be trapped there for the remainder of his lifetime, and effectively segregated from the countless other worlds that he would have invaded. This is what we achieved, but the way it fell was no one's ideal. And although the sting of it has gradually faded over the years, the deep pain of the responsibility for what actually came to pass has never left me. At the time, it all seemed so clear. Gain's destructive path could not be allowed to continue, but it was never my wish that the innocent inhabitants of Riven, who had already suffered so much, would be the ones to have to pay for it. Enough. To dwell in the past is to die in the present. And the situation is not the same as it was then. The knowledge I've acquired since that time is yet to be factored into the equation. Doing jello shots and drinking mixers and neighbors. Alright. That sounds that sounds like a hell of a party. Did the Jays win? June 20th. I think I have a solution for rescuing Catherine. Why did it not occur to me sooner? I do not know. Unless the thought had been pushed out with the memory of my sons. Prison book. Many years ago, during a hunting expedition through the ruins of Denis, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, as my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I had to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to the books in my library, I was pleased to find I could still recall most of the formula. With a little experimentation, quickly succeeded in creating one of the devices myself. The procedure is actually quite simple. By altering key lines of text, but slightly, a normal linking book's connection can be partially severed, such that anyone who attempts to use the book would be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link. Unless someone else then uses the book, at which point the person becomes trapped and the first person displaced back into the world. Only a 3-1 game. Okay, well at least it was closer. And it didn't go for 18 innings. Technique can be applied to books that have already been written, changes to text being so slight that anyone who is unfamiliar with the code will be unable to detect them. If my father is indeed unchanged, what better bait could there be than a book that appeared to be a link back here to Denis? July 2nd. Double. My nightly analysis of the island's condition has revealed that the tremors have started again. The pattern, however, is new. The disturbances are the result of changes I have made. Do not, in fact, concern me. Tremors of this type are one of the possible side effects I'd anticipated during the initial phase of the island's readjustment. In order to verify my assumptions, I recalculated, incorporating the new data. Results were not what I expected. The damage to the understructure is more extensive than I'd realized. I can no longer go to Riven as planned. Forgive me, Catherine. July 3rd. I must act while I have the time. The signs are as yet barely visible, but there is no question that the island's deterioration is accelerating. Total collapse is imminent unless I can keep ahead of it. That is becoming increasingly difficult to do. July 5th. With every passing moment, I gain a clearer picture of the incredible chaos that my father's shortcuts have yielded, but it's a dismaying process. The complexity of the problem is overwhelming. There is no good end to this. The last few days have convinced me that the collapse of Riven is inevitable, and that at best I can only strive to delay it in the hope that at some point the island will become stable enough to risk a rescue attempt. July 7th. I think I've come up with a way to subdue the tremors. It will require my exclusive attention for at least a month or two, so it may be necessary to discontinue these journal entries for a while. 1 week later. July 13th. Something truly miraculous has happened. Beyond all conceivable probability, someone has found my lost mislinking book and freed me from this prison. Also, he was like working on this the entire time that he was stuck in there. I immediately realized that this could be the solution to my dilemma. I believe my mysterious benefactor is willing to assist me. The logistics of such a scheme are formidable, but the fact that it may not be possible for me to continue my repairs to Riven while also proceeding with my original intent to find Catherine has renewed my hopes. July 16th. The last few days have left me little time to work out the remaining problems with sending someone else to Riven. It did not occur to me, however, that if a way could be found to signal me once game had been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real linking book to Riven and thereby risk the possibility of inadvertently freeing him. The deteriorated state of the gateway image would seem to make the use of a visual signal impossible, but the picture remains a reliable indicator of Riven's condition nonetheless. By measuring and interpreting variations in the noise patterns, I am still able to observe basic changes that occur in the age, even though I cannot see them. The problem is that my instruments can only... Will you stop that? I'm trying to read here. The problem is that my instruments can only detect changes that occur at a fundamental level, and it seems unlikely that an individual would be able to affect such an elementary change from within an age. The idea may be foolish. Still, there is a known weakness that may be worth investigating. An unstable anomaly that appears as a rift between two separate realms. The Star Fissure. How this feature might be exploited, I cannot say. Sending someone to Riven also means that once signaled, I will have to leave my writing in order to take a real linking book there myself. Provided my father is safely out of the way, this should take little time. Assuming the island does not incur any serious damage during my absence, I should then be able to return to Kavir and hold it together long enough for Catherine to evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining a specific signal may simply be impossible, but I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for success will be greatly increased, the possibility of disaster greatly diminished, but the prison book is all that is taken. My father is no doubt expecting me to bring a linking book to Riven. May he not be disappointed. Thanks, Atreus. Left no way out of here until we complete our mission. The only book that we have was the prison book, but then that got nabbed by Gainsman, until he got moidalized. Oh, okay, so I can take photos and refer back to them as reference later. That's actually really handy. If I press this, what does this do? I see, I see. Okay, so now that door is over there. See, I don't think I would want to go, assuming it's even possible, I don't think I would want to step in while it is in motion. Yeah, see, it won't even let me. So the doors should be somewhere over there now. Interesting. I think one more turn should open the way again. Okay, so now we can turn to the right. Orb! Not that we can actually get in there in any meaningful way right now. This is really cool. What is that? There's something in the water! I wonder if it's a kraken. Ooh. This is pretty. Doesn't seem like there's anything I can do right now, though. Probably shouldn't eat the fruit. It seems like it's there as an offering or something. Can I open the door? No. Did I switch back here? No. Did I switch over here? No. There's something on here? No. Okay. Well, let's head out then. I feel like this was the only way. Yeah, so maybe they knew how to sneak through there, and then we're able to get to whatever vehicle. Well, I guess I can't be too mad. They at least let us out, right? Okay, so we need some manner of key that will fit this hole. Oh, Z is zooming. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice water. That looks good. This game looks good. Okay, let's not stand on the ledge when the tremors are happening. Oh, is there? No, there isn't a path over here. There's no jumping either. God, this looks beautiful. Back when this game originally came out, it was all just pre-rendered screenshots. Like, it was very visually impressive. Oh, the body's gone. Wait, where did the body go? I wonder if it fell off with the tremor. Huh. Oop. I didn't do it. You guys didn't see that. And I just like... that's fine, right? Everything seems very old and beaten up. Is this some kind of forklift? Patterns. Okay, so that goes up into the rock and then comes down here. But it's stuck for right now. I think we'll have to come back to that. Okay, so there's a door up there. There's a thing down there. Can't really work with that anymore. This is... there's a peephole, but I don't see what the peephole is to. I'm not gonna go back in the cage. I'm not sure why the cage is even there. Okay. So yeah, the only real options that we have at the moment okay, interesting. So there's... oh, that's the locked way down there. That's so cool that you can actually like sort of peer around. Oh, there's another entrance. But how would we enter it? Right? It won't let me, like, jump inside. Oh, if I can get this door open. Oh, what's this? That's interesting. Aha! Vandalism! Hey, look at that. Oh, and then this is the tube that goes down to that thing. Okay, okay, interesting. What does this do? Oh. And now the way to that is open. But not this one. Oh. Hello. Are these the Denis? Seems like there's one overlord and then 5 scribes, and then the scribes are like a lot of writing. I'm noticing in the middle illumination there's some dudes with knives. Very Kelsian. Oh. Oh my. A bit of a Rip Bozo situation for that guy. Okay, and then there's that star again on the hand. There's some sort of machine that's pulping the trees to make the wood for the books. Like a water pump? Or a drill or something. I wonder if this is setting up for the next game. I think it's the same one. Yeah. Be the creator. Islanders revere him as a god. Oh, I think we went like in reverse order. So he's showing how he appeared to the Islanders and then used his abilities to shape the age of Riven. And so they essentially cannibalized everything for the creation of more books. And then this guy gets cast out into the star fissure, it looks like. Right, let's see what all of that did. So there's a couple of things we could check. One, okay, so now this has power, but this is still stuck. Oh, we need a code. I did not see a code in there. We're gonna hold off on messing around with that for now, because there was one other thing that we unlocked. This is gonna take a while. I think there is an option to skip the transitions, but we're not gonna do that. And ruin the atmosphere, ruin the vibes? I think not. Hello, Noel. Welcome in. Wish there was an option to skip transitions, IRL. Yeah, that's fair. Hope you're having a good weekend. So Riven is a follow-up to Miss. Atreus, who we helped in the first game, has called upon us and is asking us to help rescue his wife, who is being held prisoner in the Age of Riven by his father, Gain. What in the world? Whoop. Oh, that didn't work. Oh. Oh. Okay. Can I walk around this? I can. Carefully. Carefully, mind. So yeah, essentially the realm, the Age of Riven, is collapsing. The age is unstable, and the island doesn't have long left. And so we are trying to rescue Catherine and stop Gain. Before the realm collapses. Okay, so I see this is like corresponding to the carvings on the orb. I don't know what the button on top is for. This doesn't seem to stop anything. I don't think the symbol's on the dial that we were messing with. Oh! Aha! Right, so now that's open. Right, let's go see. Oh, there's a button right here. Which might be faster? No, it's probably not gonna be faster. Oh shit. Well, unfortunately, both in real life and here, pushing the button doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, so if I go in here, what happens? What happens? What happens? Damn it. One more? I think it's one more. Okay, so this gets us back to this room. Just to double check, yeah. No carvings or inscriptions to speak of here. Interesting. So I think the door, or the way that we initially got in, it looks like someone excavated an extra entryway that was not part of the original design. There's a saboteur afoot. Or a rebel. I think it was just like a weird reflection, but I thought I saw something on the doorway. Yeah, so the original game, like I said, was just a bunch of like rendered images. So each of these would be like still images of the various puzzle states connected with some videos to transition them. Hello, Mage. Happy Saturday. Hope you had a good Halloween. Welcome in. What is... It's that shape again. Ooh. Is that Mako? Okay, so now we have this. We've got the eye symbol. Going out with parents. Oh, happy birthday to your dad. Hope it was a good dinner. Nice shot. That's a cool looking island. Okay, so we got horizontal line, vertical line. There's like a bridge or something. Okay, and then we have a vertical eye. Is that a gap in the water? Well, that looks weird. That's not how water works. And we've got The orb. There's a pipe leading from here. I wonder if we can do something with the pipe works here. Okay, so what's going on? Uh-oh. It's another one of them fucking books. Ooh, those are fun. I love family-owned restaurants, and then they have like the stuff that they like only they know how to do, or they got the family recipes. Is always a good time. All right, so we've got a book. It's not seems to be not populated with anything, or it's hidden somehow. I don't see a way to turn it on. I don't see a way to activate any of these. There's like a dial something up there, but I can't reach it. You know, I don't... Admittedly, there might be. There are a number of, like, local places. I wouldn't necessarily call them, like, restaurants, but the Greek place that I like to go to here is definitely, like, locally owned. It's very good. I got it today, actually. I love their gyros. It's this... I don't know if I want to go in that. Nice. That sounds tasty. Chat. Oh, it's the temple that we were in earlier. Oh, and then that's only the other side of the door. All right, we're gonna try it. Oh, okay, so that raised the bridge. Can I move that one? And that opens the door. Oh! Oh! Well, that wasn't so bad at all, was it? Yeah, it certainly didn't. It was not the most inviting of chairs. I don't think it needed to go as hard as it did. Okay, and then out of curiosity, oh, I wonder if these bridges are linked. Right, because this one is up. Careful. Oh! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit. No. No. Oh. Y'all didn't see shit. I'm sure that was fine. I'm sure that was nothing. Okay, so good news is we have we have the door in this direction, so we still have something that we can do. I can't read that. Okay, before we go in there, I want to go back down and double check this pattern sequence. Okay, yeah, this is not corresponding to the eyes at all. It's some other thing. So we're gonna need to keep an eye. We're gonna need to keep an eye out for what that is. Is that the same? It is the same knife design as what was in the wooden door over there, which is the same design as this really big one. I'm not sure who would use a knife this big. It's impressive though. What are those gaps in the water? Well, the age is unstable. I wonder if it's pertaining to that. Can I get up there? This is a good button. I like this button. We need more big buttons in real life. Like, it doesn't need to be this big, but there's just something satisfying about hitting like a big tangible button, hearing it go thunk, or that really satisfying like click noise. We need more of that. I'm guessing we turn it. And then we whee! Did someone rig the power button to the computer? One of those big red buttons under glass kit. That's fun. See, that's the shit I'm talking about. It's like, do you need that? No. Is it incredibly satisfying? Yes. Can I get out? There we go. So there's the call button. Look at this silly guy. That's a good silly guy. Oh. A screenshot of that, I guess. It seems important somehow. What do you think, chat? Up or down? Up it is. What giant grass? Oh, and giant moths. What the f... Oh! Oh, oh. Well, that doesn't look good. That would appear to be a hole in reality. Wait, is that the top of the golden dome? Kind of looks like it. casual hole in space. Yeah, you know. You get those from time to time. It's not a big deal. Oh, it's another one of these guys. Okay, and then that one's missing a triangle, but it's in the other direction. These are cool. Can I take the axe? Aww. It's a good axe though, I want it. Okay, we're not gonna get in the minecart yet. I want to check the other doors here. Aww. Aw, look at this little guy. Bye, friend. Oh, this one's open. Okay. Ooh, pretty. Let's check this way first. I hear... Oh, it's another one of the orbs. What's it doing here? I thought that lantern was a person for a second. I was like, no! Pretty. Where are we going? Oh! Oh, it's a village. Okay. Well, I don't think I'm gonna have much luck without that. Can I climb the ladder? Yes. Well, this is cool. I'm not gonna touch the hot iron. But yeah, at the moment there's not... Oh, I can go over here. Oh! Oh! Is it coming back? What'd that do? I keep checking the water to make sure it's not collapsing. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here because I don't think there's much else that I can do at the bottom of the hole. Yeah, I thought that might bring the Batha cart back, but No luck. We might be at a dead end here for now. Let's come back to this later. Cool place, though. One thing I like, I don't necessarily think that it's better or worse, but I really appreciate. So the first Mist had a lot of different looks and ideas, right? Like each of the sort of worlds that you went to had its own existence, its own sort of form and nature. Okay, so that just kind of went around in a circle. This was just like an alternate path to get down here. Howdy, Panda. Thank you for the stream streak. Welcome in. The stream stuff is, or the streak stuff is super weird because I don't see it on anyone else's streams. I don't know where to look for it. Maybe it's not like a button you need to hit. Maybe it just tells the streamer. But it doesn't tell me what my streak is at either. It's weird. What is this? Yeah, I checked the redeems area. I don't see anything for it. Oh, there's a walkway up there. How do we get up there? Claim some. Alright. Oh, I'll check for it later. See if I can find something. Curious. Oh! Wonder if that has anything to do with the knives that we saw in the illumination. It's like a symbol of the rebellion? Possibly. Oh, interesting. It seems like there's possibly a way to link the bridges around? Maybe. Is there a secret way that we can get up here? Suspicious. Well, I think we can... Oh, we can ride the minecart, see if that gets us somewhere. I did want to check this area before we departed down the minecart. Right. Can I not get in? There we go. Yeah, this seems safe. Oh boy, heads down. Woo! Woo! Oh, we're underwater. Oh, we're underwater. That's fine, right? Oh, this is the boiler island. This is where the bridge collapsed. That was fun. Should do that again. Okay, so now we're on Boiler Island. Oh, that looks like a bunch of wood pulp. Oh, I think this is the machine that we saw in the illumination. The one that was making all the wood carvings or the wood chips. Okay, so that was the gas control. Can I go in now? No. Oh. Did that open the door? No. Okay, let's actually look at this a little bit closer, right? So this is controlling this pipe that goes through there and then out to... Oh, what? That might have something to do with it. I don't think this is actually connected to anything. There we go. Give me 1 second. I want to check the FOV settings. I'm not sure if this is going to be better or worse. The heck is that? Can I reach that? I think I can. Okay, so this is boiling now. Okay. Oh. Okay, no, bring that back, bring that back. Oh, interesting. I think because the water level isn't high enough. As long as it opened the door. Huh. Okay, let's go check the other thing. I'm curious what that broken machine on the other bank is. Okay, we've got a ladder that goes up there. Seems like some kind of boiler. It's connected to that house up there. Look. Interesting. Oh, there's no way to open it from the side, I don't think. We gotta figure out a way to get the hatch open, and then this can serve as like a shortcut or something. Okay. Yeah, we can't get up there yet, I don't think. I think a lot of whatever we're doing hinges on this boiler room. We have to funnel water in? Okay, yeah, I don't think this is pushing water out. I think it's drawing water in from the lake. Next thing to check is if we move this to the other positions, what happens? No, I don't think that opened the hatch. That's not doing anything yet. What does this do? At the moment, it doesn't appear to do anything. Yeah, that would just send us back. Okay. I don't see any buttons or switches on this. only thing that is actively working. Because if we move it to clear this out, we can cut the gas. We can have, so if we go back out there and we move the switch to face this pipe, we'll essentially pressurize this. And then we fit it to the right side. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so now the pressure, we're gonna call it pressure, going over here, right? We have it running to the left. Oh! Okay, interesting. There we go. Okay, so we got the door open, but now we need the platform to raise up. Okay, good. That didn't... Easy as that. Okay, sure. But what does that accomplish is the real question. Oh, there's another... This goes deeper. I see. I guess this is like, what is the term? A sluice gate? To prevent overflow. Oh, I bet this gets us up. Wow. And there's another fucking orb. What are these orbs about, man? There we go. Shortcut. Okay. What is that? A little playhouse. Very cute. So I think what we gotta do now, we gotta go back out here. We gotta divert the pressure away from the boiler house over here. And that'll let us power the walkway. Kind of want to go back to the jungle island and check the down path. Feel like we didn't fully explore that before we got over here, but let's finish this up and see what it does. Right, so see, we diverted the pressure over here, so it runs along there, it comes up here through this tube. Now it's feeding along the ceiling. Oh, but then we have that tube. Might need to figure out what's going on with that. Now this one's continuing. And then feeds in here, so now when we hit the button, oh, it dredges the water. I feel like the first Mist had a bunch of different looks and feels for each age, which was cool. But Riven feels much more tied together. There's a very unified look to it all. It's very exotic in its appearance. What is this? Oh, I guess I put it in there. It's a rock crib. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Okay. Oh, and then it can slide in there like that. Can I control it using this lever? Is that what this is for? Yes! Come on, little one. Let's take you to your new home. Wait. A frog! It's a little guy. Be free. Oh, they're symbols. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I have been cataloging the natural elements of this age for many years now. I still continue to find evidence of the number 5. Alright. As a boy, it was very clear to me that it held a place of special significance in the Denis society. The ancient heraldic emblems of the ruling elite, to the humble homes of the commoner, it was ubiquitous. Its presence here is clearly a direct reflection of the minds that authored the texts I used to compose this age. Further proof that through their art of the Denis masters were indeed creating the marvelous worlds they wrote, and not, as many have mistakenly thought, merely forging links to pre-existing worlds. While all of my ages have been based on Denis designs, I see now that the ones most vested with the power of 5 are also the most beautiful, the most perfect, and undoubtedly the most structurally sound. I still have yet to determine how the Denis color symbology reflects this superior design principle. While ostensibly a 6-color system, I'm convinced that there must be some deeper connection to the number 5. I will continue to investigate. The Eatrum traps. Oh, I think it's dates. So like KH is the year. Okay, yeah, it's numbering. It was like K, and then I'm not sure what that would be, and then that's a number, and then that's a number. Because he's denoting it in the same way that Atreus does in his book, but where Atreus or Atreus is using typical numbers as we know them, Gain is using this instead. The Eatrum traps have been particularly fruitful this year. Apparently, the breakup of the islands has not adversely affected the subterranean ecosystems. Unfortunately, I imagine that the rebels are also experiencing a generous harvest. No shortage of poison for their darts this season. Such vexing issues aside, this unexpected windfall has allowed me to refine a particularly pleasant extract for my pipe. One that is smoother than any other in recent memory. I have reluctantly decided to suspend my inquiries into the unusual behavior of the waters of this age, as there are more pressing matters that now demand my attention. For future reference, however, my investigations have revealed the following. I believe the remarkable properties of the water to be caused by a microbe that resides within it. I'm imagining a motile. Motile? Trying to be mobile? No, it looks like motile. Maybe like moat? Huh. A motile unicellular organism, but one with a structure that allows it to manipulate bits of water, the aggregate effect of which is that the composite body of water is able to deform itself in response to threatening conditions. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat, a period of extended boiling, for example, seems to kill them off. Oh, I learned a word today. Seems to kill them off, which would explain their dramatic aversion to even moderate rises in temperature. There's still much to learn, however, regarding this particular phenomenon and its possible uses. Oh, that's why when we were in the minecart, there were the heated coils surrounding the track. Whatever causes the phenomenon, if he's right, the microbe is averse to increases in temperature, and so it retreats from the source of heat, allowing the tunnel to maintain its structure. That's cool. Construction of the imagers has proceeded without fault. Remarkable how easy it was to adapt the Denis technology to mimic that of the Ahmad. The two cultures must surely have crossed paths at some point in their histories. It may even be that Keita was a direct descendant of the Denis. How else to explain the redemptive depth of our connection? That's all pointless now. Ooh, yes. Yeah, see, it's... Well, no, it's not the imager. Okay, so that kind of looks like the chair that we were sitting in. Not sure what these other devices are. Maintenance on the steam vent caps completed. I am extremely pleased with the continued success of the system. Another example of the superiority of Denis technology. Ironic that Atris... I guess I was adding an E or an I for no reason. That Atris and Catherine's meddling unwittingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. I am certain now that the fissure was an unexpected byproduct of the changes they wrote into this age as part of their machinations to keep me here, and that Atris never intended for the book to be lost among the stars in the process. Better that a linking book be destroyed than to risk it falling into unknown hands. Had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they surely would have sought another solution, as the ensuing cataclysm may well have consumed the entire world had I not managed to intervene. I think he misspelled her name initially. Catherine would never have knowingly taken such a risk, and surely my son, given his dearth of vertebrae, had only meant for Riven to become my prison, not my tomb. I am discontinuing regular observations of the expanse beneath the fissure. I have tracked the stars, and have proven that their paths are cyclical. But without proper instrumentation, there is nothing more I can learn. My theory, however, remains unaltered. The fabric of this age was breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete yet overlapping spaces. Yet the attendant paradoxes defy the laws of conventional physics. The great column of wind that formed when the rift first appeared suggests a vacuum as one might expect in space, yet my early experiments seem to confirm the presence of a breathable atmosphere. That Atris momentarily threw himself into the void is further evidence that it might possibly be safe to venture into. Without knowing its true nature, I simply cannot take the risk. It is also difficult to say what would happen were I to reopen the fissure now, but it is highly probable that the results would be disastrous. My hopes have been dashed again. The latest link formulation has proven to be yet another in my long list of failures. Frustrating to expend so much effort constructing a linking book, only to end up destroying it when it refuses to function. Too often has this lab grown uncomfortably warm by the flames of these never-ending disappointments. Without my reference library back in Denis, properly orthodox linking book may simply be beyond my means. But I simply cannot burn another book. Must be another way. Oh, so that was the book that we found down by the lake. Pens of Late. Late last night. Oh, Pens of Fate. Late last night, while pondering these interminable attacks, I went to light my pipe. The fine marble got away from me. The fire marble got away from me, however, and rolled across the gateway image of the open book before me. The consequence of this had not been repeatable, would not have believed my eyes, as the marble fell left a faint yet definite trail of increased clarity in its wake. The change did not last long, but it was unmistakable. If I could find a way to boost the energy output of my fire marbles, it might be possible to suppress the variance enough to facilitate a stable link. But how? A spatial anomaly occurred yesterday, about 5 spans before the month. 5 spans above the North Shore. There we go. I'm like, what is that word? Is this an age test? Like, if it, are they teaching cursive anymore? Does anyone learn cursive in school anymore? Or is that just completely outmoded? Most 5 stands above the north shore of Temple Island. A breach of stars, seemingly identical to the one beneath the fissure. It began as a small, cloud-like hole, which then commenced to expand in random surges. You still teach cursive. Okay, so it's not completely dead. With some effort, I was finally able to contain it with runic plates, similar to the ones I devised for the fissure. I believe it will hold, but the appearance of a new rift is troubling. And yet, this also left me with the most uncanny feeling that something fundamental has shifted in my favor. I believe it may be time to give this inexplicable mystery a second look. Just do tutoring for people who want a cool signature. Fair enough. There we go. So we don't know what this, no, go back. I wasn't done with that. Okay, so this looks like the same date between these two entries. I don't know how to read it, but it's identical at least. I've erected a small dome. Which one? You're gonna have to be more specific. A pressurized airlock mounted upon the contained breach. This has allowed me to safely conduct tentative forays into the expanse without subjecting Riven to further invasion and the destruction that would certainly attend it. It is a, yes, bafflingly improbable space, yet surprisingly more accommodating than my initial observations had led me to believe. Breathing is indeed possible within it, yet I cannot say that it is respiration as I am used to it. Rather, as nonsensical as this is going to sound, it feels at times as if the expanse was breathing me, and in the process imbuing me with a sense of endless possibility. Yeah, I don't really have, like, I still have my signature. It's not really cursive anymore. It's just sort of a gesture in the approximate shape of what the cursive would have been. At last, breakthrough I was hoping for. After my first full day of experiments in the expanse, I was astonished to discover that the fire marbles in my coat pocket had come to fluorescence. Or I guess it's just fluoresce. I've never seen that. What's the word? Conjugation? A quick strike test confirmed that their energy levels had increased significantly, and their charge has lasted longer than I would have thought possible. In a clear act of divine providence, the Expanse is giving me the final piece of the puzzle, an apparently boundless energy source that should be more than sufficient to rectify my leaking books. But I must work quickly. 2 more breaches have occurred in the interim, each one more aggressive and difficult to contain than the last. Time, I fear, is running out. Well, he is a scientist and a pompous asshole, so yeah, it does check out. The breach is now number 5, a sure sign that I am on the right path. I have connected the domes on each of them via a nexus of pathways within the Expanse, which will also serve as an inter-island shortcut as I continue my work on my advanced fire marble complex. The loss of 2 more men yesterday has made it clear that the full spectrum of energy is too great for even my finest fire marbles to contain. So, I've decided to break it up into 5 discrete frequency ranges, which will later be recombined for application to the book. I've installed 5 charging stations within the Expanse, each one calibrated to imbue a blank fire marble with a separate band of the total energy needed. The pneumatic tube system will then convey the charged marbles to the great gold dome on Riven for recombination. Freedom is nearly within my grasp. Okay, I'm starting to see what we might need to do. So, or what we might need to stop, depending on the objective. So, there are a number of... Oh, I wonder if each of the spinning orbs that we see are the plates that he's placed over the fissures. That one kind of makes sense. The problem of how to return to Riven has been settled. Reckon has proven his usefulness over the years, at times nearly rivaling my own engineering prowess. He and his team will have the honor of being the first to link to the new age, bringing with them the necessary materials to build a vastly simplified version of the book apparatus, which I have personally designed. If they do not return within a reasonable amount of time, I will revise my design and send additional men until they get it right. With a founder, however, I am prepared to sacrifice every last man on Riven to continue the effort. This cannot fail. At long last, a viable loop has been established. After an eternity of toil and sacrifice, and an unconscionable preemption of the ages I might have fathered, I have finally linked to a new age. It is a bleak and barren world, perfectly suited for my purposes. By closely comparing the real with the written, I believe I will soon be able to create a more appropriate age from which to relaunch my mission. For now, however, I will move my office and living quarters there, so that I may safely continue my endeavors without distraction. Although it is but a stepping stone, blank is an utter triumph. To think that I have accomplished in a matter of years, under extremely adverse conditions, what it took my Denis ancestors centuries to achieve. I caught one of my assistants thumbing through this journal today. He will certainly never do it again, but I'm glad I chose to write this in a language these people cannot decipher. Perhaps it's time I reviewed security measures with each guild master. No problems expected from the builders, maintainers, and surveyors, but the bookmakers and educators may need a bit more motivation. More reports of spirit sightings. It seems that under Catherine's leadership, the rebels, or Black... What is that word? Moiety? Moiety? What? Hang on. Moiety acts as a branch extending from the backbone of a hydrocarbon molecule. Oh, one of two equal parts. Or half. One of two approximately equal parts. One of two basic complementary tribal subdivisions. Oh. We're just learning all kinds of words today. Oh, thank God. It's 6 letters, though. That's not going to show up in Wordle. If that was a Wordle word, nobody would get it. The Black Moiety, as the villagers stubbornly insist on referring to them, have attained a new level of sophistication in their terror tactics, renewing their campaign to intimidate the weak-minded into joining them, by preying upon their cultural superstitions. I suppose I should be concerned by this, but it strikes me as almost laughable. If the rebels wish to dilute their ranks with dimwits, then who am I to stop them? Chemical analysis of one of the rebel knives has yielded curious results. The metal contains elements that are unlike anything I've encountered on the islands. It appears the rebels have access to a resource that I am unaware of. Perhaps a mine or uncharted island? Most of these knives have been found on the south side of the village. Same reason that reports of people mysteriously disappearing have emanated from. I think a closer inspection of this area is warranted. The fact that the rebels deliberately leave these distinctive knives as a sign of their presence is concerning. They're growing bolder, as if they no longer fear discovery of their hideout. Recent measurements indicate that the movements of the islands have slowed dramatically. My previous estimates predicted a total collapse in approximately 3 months. With the new figures, I am no longer certain. I have merely finished writing the age, and have every confidence it will be a safe place to relocate to, but it would still be useful to know that it has caused what has caused the sudden halt in Riven's breakup. Is it possible that the age is stable after all? If so, I must discover how it differs from which has already shown troubling signs of decay, though further tests are needed. And yet, there is something about this that gives me pause. Could it be that someone is attempting to repair the damage to the 5th age at its source? I cannot help but think that the hand of Atris is behind this somehow. Ooh, is that one of the rebel darts? Okay, so that about catches us up to the present. Because yeah, I think the stabilization of Riven is Atris's work. Oh, it's the moths. Hmm. It seems like there's 3 symbols there. I wonder if that's MOTH? Or rather, 4 symbols. It could be. Some weird flowers of some kind. Or a fruit? A piece of wood with a 5-way split in the center. Got different kinds of leaves. Seemingly dated. Okay, so maybe this isn't... Maybe it's a date, not... Yeah, I bet it's a dating system. And then samples of different aquatic items. Got the knife here. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's definitely a dating system. Last week, one of my acolytes caught a rebel sniffing around the cemetery totem in the jungle. In keeping with the general ineptitude of my men, the dog was allowed to escape. But at least the fool had the presence of mind to bring me the object in question. It is a primitive eyepiece into which one of the native numbers has been set. Given the fact that their accursed numeric system requires you to know which way a symbol has been rotated in order to read it, however, there's no way to make sense of it. It is probably an overestimation of the moiety's intelligence to suspect that there may be some greater meaning behind it. Tomorrow, I shall send a surveyor out to inspect the other totems, just to be safe. Oh. Interesting. Because we saw a couple of those that had like a few, 2 triangles and then one absent one in different orientations, and this has only the one. So I suppose it's some manner of counting system, but then the question is like, what is the sort of base operation that we're working off of, right? Oh, is this like the... Are these the fire marbles? I bet they are. The counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles, that a greater strike force does not always yield the maximum energy output, never ceases to amaze me. Optimal strike force, base value... something. Oh, this looks like a clue. Fire marble into power marble. Strike force compensations. Huh. Okay. So I'm assuming, well, so that could either be a plus or it could be a negative, right? So like the vertical plus that, and then the I minus that, or it could be that the vertical is not that. Hard to say. Oh, okay, so they take the material and then they can refine it into the marble, I believe, is what's going on there. there something I can do with this? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh. And then the fine tuning process, polishing it to make a new marble. Very pretty. Oh. Oh, the lava croak. Oh. Ooh, shiny. Well, that made it go faster. Okay, but how do I get it out, I wonder? I don't think we can actually stop it. I think it's just gonna keep going like this. I can't tell if it's going faster or not. I don't think it's going faster anymore. I think it's just continuing. Weird. That raises that up. Oh, it's like it's trying to puncture something? That's what it looks like to me. But what are we trying to put in there? And how do we get you out? Can I leave? Okay, I think we might have to revisit this. I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at. Okay, so there's the jungle island. Oh, and then we rode the minecart through there. Unfortunately, the bridge back to the Dome Island is gone through just pure coincidence. Don't know how that could have happened. Okay, before we we go through here? I wonder if there's a way. I would like to go back, because there was that book that he destroyed, right? Oh wait, no, shit. No, I wanted to ride that. It won't let me. Interesting. The cart's gone. Not sure if that's a bug or what the deal is. Oh, there's another door? Say what? Oh, is this a shortcut? There we go. Alright, beautiful. Love it. And more doors. Always somewhere else to go. Oh, this was very skelly. See, what I'm wondering, as he was saying the fire marble was able to establish a connection, I'm wondering if we could potentially use a flame of some kind, use one of the fire marbles or use another fire source. Activate this book. Okay. So potentially at some point we can. The problem is that I cannot travel with it. Right, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to backtrack some because we didn't quite check out all of Jungle Island. And I would like to go back and see what was down that other pathway before we proceed farther through, right? We still have that new door that we opened up here. So I want to finish checking out a bit more of... Wait, are we blocked? No, there we go. So I want to check out a little bit more of Jungle Island and a little bit more of Boiler Island. And then we can go check out the next place. Woohoo! So one thing I like about this game, immediately compared to the other one, I think of that similar sort of feeling of unification. So Mist 1 was very much sort of a feeling of like, okay, here's a bunch of different islands. You need to, not islands, ages. You need to get the thing from each age and then bring it back to the mainland, right? But there wasn't a feeling of like cohesion between any of them, in my opinion. There wasn't a sense of like, oh, it's all sort of tied together. Each one felt very episodic. Whereas I feel like here, there's a bunch of different stuff going on Riven. And you know, we're going from island to island and getting little... When did this get contained? This was open a moment ago. Who came and contained it while we were gone? Yeah, we're not alone on this island. I mean, I guess we kind of knew that, but somebody is doing the work. Somebody is still active here. That is one hell of a pizza cutter. Holy pizza. Cat, are pizza and pasta the same thing? Oh, oh. Look at them. They're just a couple of silly guys. Hello. Everyone say hi. Don't mind me, just checking out the beach. Alright, so there's a staircase up there. Anything around to the side? No. Let's not disturb the fellows. Just enjoying a nice sunbathing. Oh. Oh, sorry guys. No, I think it had baleen. Or I think it's baleen, the filter system that whales have. A bucket! Moiety device. Oh, it looks like someone deliberately... Oh, but then you can only see it with the special lens. The moth. The moths have a paint on them. Oh. I don't remember this being in the game, in the original game. That's fun. I do think turning down the FOV helped me out a lot. Okay, so there's a hotkey. I don't need to keep going to the bag. That's good. That would be very annoying if I did. I wonder if that can help me in the village that we saw. We'll have to check that out later. Oh, I wonder. There we go. Yeah, so now we can see which direction this has been turned from, which doesn't necessarily help us understand the counting system just yet, but we can see, like, okay, you know, here's sort of our baseline, right? Are any of these marked? No. So pretty. It's a very good looking game. I feel like this is the kind of game that an environment artist would dream to work on. Just like, yeah, just make a really good looking environment. because the player is going to spend the entire time looking at it. Oh, we found another way into the village. Some kind of furnace. Okay, so that way's blocked off. A buoy? What is that? Okay. And then there's a ladder leading down, so I'm assuming that's where the cart gets to. Or like the cart passes through there. It's a school, it looks like. You alright? Jack, can you read this? Do you know what this is about? Ooh, cute. Oh, fuck me. Okay, hang on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. Okay, so there's more than 26. It's not one-to-one with the English writing system. Oh! Oh. Okay, so that's starting to make sense, right? So this is like a translation system between the square counting system on the left and the rotational counting system on the right. The problem is that I don't know the values on either side of it. Was that 2? Because he went down 2 ticks. Let me write this down. Okay. I'm gonna try writing these down, see if we can start to develop some understanding of this counting system. So I believe that's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And a line through the middle. Okay, so that's 2, and that's 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 4. So just the like that 4. Okay, I wonder if the bisecting line means 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so that reinforces what we know there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's 8. And that's another 4. That's another 2. Okay, so here's the problem. That could have been 3. But he got eaten before we could determine that. It might have just reached the end of the rope before I finished counting. So I'm not going to log that as 3. Alright, so that's 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. I knew it. Okay, so the bisecting line, I'm pretty sure, means 5. So every symbol that has the bisecting line is 6 or above. Because it's 5 layered onto the other one, the other element. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. All right. Chat, we're figuring it out. Oh, my writing is terrible. Okay. So, we know 7. We know 9. We know 5. Okay, so we need 3 and we need 1. One. There we go. So we know that's 1, and then by extension, we know 6 is the one that with the plus in the middle. So now we just need to verify 3. No, wait, because we have 8. So you know what 3 is. It's the greater than symbol. Beautiful. All right. So we got that. And now we can go back here. So we know 8 is a dot with 2 triangles underneath it. This is not enough room in this. I should have given this more spacing, but it's all right. Okay, and then 1 is a dot with a single triangle in the upper right corner. 2 is on its side for some reason. Rude. I need that to think. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna mark that. Oh, it's a trick. It's a trick. 2 is on its side. So it's not that. We need to rotate it clockwise by 90 degrees. Okay, hang on. I need to rewrite this out a little bit because these symbols are really hard to put in a single line of the notebook. So I want to spread it a little bit. How are you doing, Knight? How's your weekend going? How was your Halloween? Yeah, give me 1 second just to write this out a bit more cleanly. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be like so. So the real thing that we're gonna need to double check, I guess it's fine where it is. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so 2 is gonna be out in the middle. 2 triangles in the upper corner. And then 2 triangles underneath it. 5 is going to be upper right or upper left corner, bottom. 3 is upper left. And then, no, 6 is both of the upper corners. So now the question is, can we sort of figure out what the rest of these are supposed to be doing? 2 seems overly dense. I'm not going to try and fill the rest of those in right now, just because I feel like I don't have enough info off of it. But it's a good start. A really good start. Oh!
Terekoi Danni, Kibayem Revat, Alroyem Betik Tamom, Gabodona Gayem. Ram.
Apparently they have fire-based hologram technology, so that's cool. Yeah, I don't know what this whole system is, because there's more than 26 symbols. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. There's 35 symbols, and I noticed this one here looks like a derivation of that one. So I don't know why it's all the way over on the other end. Unless it's supposed to start here. Could be. So it's too many for English. It's not enough for Japanese. So I wouldn't know how to read it even if it did translate directly to a real world language. Okay, this has been very useful though. We can actually count now, which is a big freaking deal. I feel like just having that is gonna make things go much smoother. Not necessarily in Gaines' notebook. I don't think there's any... Well, there might be a use for that. Oh, wait, let me... I don't think we saw that hose anywhere, did we? I didn't see a hose coming down. No. Oh! Okay, one thing. Can you paint? No. Okay, so that's 5. Keep a note of that for later. Where do I see my screenshots? Notebook. Okay, there you go. Can I do that without going to the menu? No. Okay, so the jungle village looks to be pedestal number 5. What is the... He did say there were a number of locations that he was setting up. Oh, they're back. Alright guys, didn't mean to disturb you. Just, I'll be on my way. Yeah, see, it's Baleen. It's not, they're not teeth. They're krill eaters. Okay, right, that's gonna go back to the Dome Island. I don't want to go back there yet. I want to continue to explore these other islands that we've gained access to. Right, and then if we go in here... Oh, and now we have this. Okay, so what's really interesting here... Oh, so it's been rotated. So we would need to turn it... We would need to mentally flip it back so that the lines are... The paint is aligned, right? And then we would look at the orientation of the triangles. And that would correspond to the number. Oh my god. What does blue mean? I wonder if the knives have any paint on them. We'll have to keep an eye on it for later. I wonder if this was all one island at one point, because they talked about a breaking up. Possible the instability of the age caused a singular island to fracture into many. So now we can get up here. And then we have that pathway that I want to go check out. So yeah, we're piecing together information. We haven't, I would say, sort of solved any major puzzles, but we're getting a lot of useful toolkit pieces, right? To sort of figure out where we need to go. Okay, so where does this go? Into somewhere dark and spooky. Oh. Oh, this is the bridge that got destroyed. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright. So that's the minecart. I'm guessing that might be one of the pneumatic systems to deliver the power stones that Gain is planning. Okay, so there's... I see 3 islands. And then there's the one on that island, but that kind of means that there's a missing fit source. It might be on the far side and we just can't see it from here. So my reckoning is that each of these islands is gonna have something that we're gonna have to sort of solve. Oh, I wonder. Okay, so yeah, we know that this was moved, so we can't exactly align it to anything. Can I do anything with this? Oh, there we go. Well, that was easy. Oh. It seems like a waste. It was very pretty. Do I put this here? Oh, I put it there. Huh. And it hovers somehow. With the power of bullshit. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. What did that do? Okay. So I think we need to find the right... Okay, I see. So we need to raise it up and then strike it. Okay, so that was too much. Then top the excess energy. So it's not a matter of too much or too little, it is the right amount. Let's see if the notes can help us out here. Okay, so for... I'm guessing each of the different frequencies, there is... What the fuck is that? Why is there a... These two? How does that work? Why are some of these rotated? Like, one's rotated, one is that twice over? What does that mean? Optimal strike force base value. Cross some stuff out, so I don't think that's... Okay, I mean, we could just, like, essentially brute force it until we find the right value, but... Okay, so that didn't do shit. Nothing. No. Oh, do I need to vent it? Yes. Not enough. Better. Oh! Beautiful. Okay, so do I just vent it and take it now? So I got a screenshot of that, which is good. Is there a way that I can take this off you? Can I get my fancy shiny rock? Oh, I wonder if the curve is like a base 10 system? Right? So like maybe that's 5 and then this would be 12? Maybe. I think this was what, 3? Yeah, 3. Okay, so by that logic, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm just gonna note down our guess for 10 here. Okay, so how do I get you out of here now? Notebook. Maybe I don't. Maybe that was it. It's kind of weird, but whatever. Right. Let's get on to checking out that new pathway. New island. Let's go. We'll come back to the workshop and maybe we'll figure out where we're supposed to go. Launch! Oh, that was much shorter. Alright. Survey Island. Huh. Well, I don't think we should jump in the water here. It looks not the best. Ooh, pretty. Not necessarily safe, but pretty. What are these? It looks like calcium buildups or lime buildups. It's like the stuff that you see around geothermal pools. Bit of a weird cutoff. Going down. Oh god, what? Oh, was this in Game's notebook? I bet it was. Son of a biscuit. Alright, let's go back and see if there was a little detail or something I overlooked. I didn't see any... Chat, did you see any other, way to go? It's a pretty narrow pathway, right? It's literally like a crack in the wall. Yeah, I don't think... I think if we don't have the combination to the elevator, we can't do anything with this island. Unless I can flip the cable car around. Because it seemed like there was another side to the platform. I didn't see a way over there. Yeah, see, there's another door over there. Is it possible to flip the cable car around? And now can I leave? Yes. Okay, there we go. Right. Oh, and then there's the walkway up there. Okay, so that's great and all. Holy geothermal. Ah, shit, the Kraken's back. I don't see anything actually in here, though. Oh, wait, there's a lever. Oh, oh, it's going. Oh, it's going. Neat. Yeah, this looks safe. I'm sure this is completely structurally sound, not a death trap. You just see leaks spout out of everywhere and you're like, oh, fuck. The heat from the geothermal vents. Well, it's probably hot enough that it cooks off whatever is causing the retention. Like he was saying in his notes, if it's too hot, it just boils it away and kills them. So there might be water out there after all. Hard to say from here. Oh shit! No way, come back, let me love you! Oh, fuck. Grandpa, no! He's heading for the jungle island, it looks like. Oh yeah, see there's a... No, it's just a little rock outcropping. The achievements are just dropping spoilers left and right. It kinda sucks. It's a maglev. Using induction to hold itself off the cables. That's really cool. I was watching a video talking about maglev trains. It's very... I don't know how to feel about the technology, because I feel like it has practical applications. The big problem, in my view, is that the main thing that you want it for is to be able to achieve high speeds, which you're not going to be able to do with a commuter train because you're constantly stopping to let people on and off. So, like, for most transit purposes, a maglev doesn't really make sense over a conventional train. Oh. Up? Okay. Oh! Oh! Ooh, that's really pretty. It was a secret passage. And that's how we get up to that walkway. Aha! Excellent, marvelous, no notes. Okay, so each of these orbs is situated on top of a rift. You can see the ceiling plates that they've built around it. And then this is what Gain is trying to use to harness it to make his power stones. Okay, so that's what we need. The note for. But I think we need to figure out like what each one it wants to be attuned to. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to understand like what the purpose. I thought that Shadow was a person. I think we're starting to understand like the purpose, but I don't know yet what it is we want to do with it, you know? The fuck are you? Up and up and up and up. Whoa. Hello! That's a lot of skulls. The hell? Okay, interesting. Is that all we were supposed to do there? And how do we get to that? I do wish we could jump down. It would make navigating this much easier, though. I shouldn't really complain when before you had to like click to go step by step. This is much more fluid than that. So it's not really that bad. Okay, so yeah, the question now is there a way for us to get out to that pedestal? I did not see one before. Right, so we go this way. And this is the path to the village. See, the platform that we just set is there, and then there's another platform up there, but I don't know how to get to it. We can't do anything without the cart being present. What? Is that referring to that? What is that symbol? What does that mean? Is there another symbol to match it somewhere? Huh. I want to go back. Well, we can't go down that way because the cart's not here. We can go down here. We can get a closer look at the symbol and see, what is this supposed to be? It looks like a fish or something. I'm not sure what this lever is doing. Still nothing there to work with just yet. Unless... Okay. Let's head back up. That platform. I want to see if playing around with the levers causes anything else to happen. I think adjusting the FOV definitely helped. I was feeling a little motion sick when we started, and it's past now. It's amazing how sensitive that can be. Okay, yeah, I think that was pointing at this, right? But it was like on its side. Is there a painting on here anywhere? No. What is the intention here? What are we trying to... What are we looking for? Any markings while we're up here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so this one just moves the platform up and down. Seems like this one only has, I'm guessing, 2 orientations. Yes. So yeah, the trick then, I suppose, is to try and get down there, possibly. We need to figure out where the passageway to allow that to happen is. Curious. Curious indeed. Oh. Look at that giant sword sticking. What was this place? There's a history here that is very peculiar. Okay, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna head back to the first island. I'm gonna take a quick wander around and just sort of see what's there. See if anything sort of starts to make more sense, right? And then once we've done that, I think we'll put Riven down for tonight and take a break. Yeah, so someone has contained this rift. But we see there are other people on the island. That's not surprising. They sure are working quickly. I don't know if Gain is here himself. Oh, there's... Wait. Yeah, okay, that is the way we came from. What's going on here? Is there something to do? Oh. Do I need to let it drain? Oh, I need to turn it. Okay. So now I have the correct orientation, but I don't know what the counting system means per se. I believe this is 6. But 6 what? Number 6 of a set? There's something in here. No. I bet you at some point we're gonna have... Oh, interesting. More of those containers like we saw in the lab. I bet you at some point we're gonna have something that we need to put there and then run water on top of. We don't have it yet. Okay. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. There's... How do you even...
Shargogagog, Manchagogagog, Charbunagungamog.
What? So apparently there is a border. There is a lake on the border of Connecticut and South Central Massachusetts that is called that. Why though? Excellent question. I'm guessing it's one of those things where they basically just like condensed an entire sentence into a single name. But fuck if I know. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of moving pieces, right? There's the 5 again. Okay, so I don't think the pedestal that we saw in the village was pedestal number 5. I think it's just that you know, the sanctity of the number 5. All good things come in 5s. Oh, the door's closed. Oh, there's our last pipeline. There's something out there. It's going to be the source of our final connector. Oh. So the book is incomplete and he needs the power stones to activate it and get out. Without them, it's just gonna be inert. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new in here for us to do, right? Because that just opens the door. And then that... Why would we want to raise the bridge? Like, why is that even an option? I want to do it just to understand, like, what does that do? What does that give us that's beneficial? Yeah, so see, that raises that up. But now we can't go that way. But why would we want that? Curious. Curious indeed. Okay. Alright. I think this is a good stopping point for the moment, though. What's that writing system again? So, yeah, I think we'll pick this up next time. We've got, right, we have that island. So I think next time what we'll do, and I'll make a note of this in my notebook, so we need to find the code to survey Island's elevator. Elevator. I'm guessing it's somewhere in the lab, but we'll have to go look. So for right now, we'll let it be. We shall let it ride, and then we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab my tea and all that. When I get back, we're gonna start some art time. This is a good opportunity for everyone to do your human stuff. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, take a moment. I'm gonna run some ads while we're gone. We can just enjoy the ambience of the ocean. And when I return, it'll be art time. Right. See you guys in a minute. What? was the wrong mouse. Oh well. Hi, I'm back. I am back. Did everyone have a good break? I'm gonna grab a little bit of a little bite to eat real quick, if that's okay with you. 1 moment to just pop this open. Got some food. Noise. What you get? Turkey sandwich. Nothing wrong with something simple. Simple but good. Okay. I'll do that. I do think turkey is an underrated meat. Turkey gets a really bad rap for being just like bland and uninteresting. But I think most of the turkey that people have, excuse me, are, deli cuts and Thanksgiving turkeys, which are usually not necessarily cooked in a great way. That's good water. No disrespect to people trying to make a good turkey, but I think a lot of times it's not necessarily cooked in a way that like preserves the best parts of the turkey or the best flavor of it, right? Alright, let's get the lo-fi going. Turn this off and we'll go over here. Nope, that was the wrong one. There we go. And deli cuts are never interesting, right? I don't feel like deli cut meats are ever like the best representation of the meat. Well, what do I know? Okay, did I save the perspective reference? I did not. Alright, give me 1 second to go find. Let me go. Okay, I actually wanted to look this up. Okay. Lake, I'm not gonna try and pronounce it, also known as Webster Lake, is a lake in the town of Webster, Massachusetts. The lake's name comes from the Algonquian language of the Nipmuc and is often said to mean the fishing place at the boundary, neutral meeting ground. A more fitting translation is the lake divided by islands. Today, Webster Lake is the name most often used, but some, including many residents of Webster, take pride in reeling off the longer versions. So yeah, all the variations of the name are basically saying a fishing place located at the boundary between two regions, or two islands. Neat. Okay, let's turn the time lapse on, and I'm gonna go look up a reference for this really quickly. So there were two things that I had in mind earlier. Um, well, one I had in mind earlier, and one occurred to me while I was on the break. So, the one that occurred to me while I was on the break, I think it's shorter, so I won't bore you guys for as long. So we looked at CitizenCon, Star Citizen's whole event thing the other week, right? And they were showing off, like, we're gonna put Nix into the game soon. We're working on 4.4. You know, please look forward to it, etc., etc. And that's all well and good. That's all well and good, and I'm happy for them. They had a message. They put out an announcement yesterday, I think, that they were working on Nixon. Nixon's back and he's got a whole star system. Oh god, wouldn't that suck? I'll take things nobody ever wanted to happen for all the money. Alright. Keep the whole canvas in perspective here so that I can sort of figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Get a little bit closer. So, where was I? I was talking about CitizenCon. So, patch Alpha 4.4. So, if you want to use more typical development code terms, 0.4.4 is gonna be the version of the game where they introduce the Nix system. They're currently on 4.3.2, right? So that's the current build, and then 4.4 is going to be next. And their goal is to have it out by the end of the month. They put out a message at the end of this past week saying that it was going into the closed public testing rounds. So there are different groups of testing. Ivacati is the first public test group, and that's under NDA. So anyone that plays in Ivacati can't record. They can talk about their experiences, but they can't record footage or take screenshots, right? They can't take anything from Ivacati and post it publicly. They can only discuss it. And I think until this year, Ivacati couldn't even talk about what they were seeing. Like it was a very close, confidential group. And then the public test group is the next group. That is sort of like, here's a rougher, more developed than Ivacati, but still very rough. And then once they're happy with its performance in the public test group, it goes to live. So essentially they want to get it into testing round 1. I think they wanted to get it into it this weekend. I don't know if they did accomplish that or not. The IAE, International Aerospace Expo, which is a really dumb name. It should be Interstellar, not International. But, same acronym, whatever. That's the big annual free fly event where all of the ships are available in rotation to pick up and fly, and anybody can download and play the game regardless of if you put any money into it. it's a free trial period for the general public, and then trial players and existing players alike can rent ships, pretty much every ship in the game for free, and fly it around and see which ones they like. And then they put ships on sale, sometimes kind of sorta. They'll do limited run sales of some of the ships that are not regularly available to purchase, like the Idris. Right. So I was thinking about this yesterday, I think. I feel like what they have tried to do in the past is they try to have a flashy new build with shiny bells and whistles ready for the IE, ready for the free flight period. And I don't want them to do that this year. I don't want them to try and hit both targets at the same time, because they're gonna release 4.4 and it's going to be a fucking mess. It's gonna be. Even if they're not adding the entire Nyx system, they are still adding a new star system, and shit's gonna break. It's going to. I will put money on stuff not working correctly. The exterior elevators at Levski Station, NPC interactions, interactables at the points of interest, NPC pathing, NPC spawning, mineable locations being properly interactable. Like, much and more is going to break when they drop the patch. And they do this every year. They drop the patch right before IE. And so all of these people come in and like, oh, I've heard Star Citizen is like actually getting somewhere. There's like a game now that you can play, and there's a free flight period. Maybe I'll drop in and see what I think of it. And they load into a disaster because the patch isn't working and the servers are overloaded from all the people that are coming in to try and play the game, and all the existing players that are excited to get their hands on free ships. This is every year. I want them to just focus. Seems to be the pattern. Free Fly shows off the new stuff they haven't buffed it. Exactly. Whereas they have finally gotten 4.3.2 into a state of this works pretty well. We're not running into any major issues anymore. The missions all seem to be performing well. The event is doing the stuff that it's supposed to do, that they just wrote out the next phase of the event, so stuff could be breaking there, but I don't know. Put the best foot forward for the public showcase. Leave IE on 4.3.2. Let everyone see what the game looks like on a good day. There's plenty there for people that don't, pay that much attention and know about upcoming things to expect. There's plenty there for them to chew on and see how they feel about it. And then you roll 4.4 out. Focus on the IE, then get 4.4 out. The secondary benefit of this is that, so I haven't been on the game enough to know how frequent this part is, but it definitely happened last year, and I think it happened the year before that they put a patch out right before everyone left for the holidays. They put a patch out in December, right before all the devs wanted to leave. So, go celebrate the holidays with their families like reasonable people. So now you have a bunch of devs crunching through the holidays to bug fix a broken ass patch that everyone wants to play while they have their holidays open and available to play the game. And nobody is happy. So, obvious solution, in my mind. Release? No. Leave it on 4.3.2. Run the IAE on a stable, functional, relatively bug-free build of the game. Let everyone see what the game looks like when things are going well. All of the free fly people have a good time, and then they leave. Launch 4.4 towards the end of the month, right? 25th or something. That gives you a month to bug fix 4.4. So then everyone has a nice stable build with the fledgling version of Nick's system available to play over the holiday without anybody having to crunch or, burn long hours to get it into a playable state for everyone to enjoy. It seems like a hat trick of a win to me. And I worry that the marketing department is just gonna crack the whip of, we want to get this out into the public and show people the new shiny shit as fast as we can, at the expense of actually showing them something good. Because yes, you put the new stuff out there, but it's a mess. No one is going to be impressed by your game still being broken after 10 years of development. You're going to impress people by saying, hey, here's where the game actually is. You can log in and play it and have a good time on a regular basis. Yeah, it's a little bit misleading because the game actually absolutely still breaks very frequently, but from a marketing standpoint, that is a much better place to be. Being able to actually show a version of the game that runs. And isn't full of experimental bullshit that breaks down every 6 hours. Because one of the things that they're adding, if you remember, is inter-system cargo delivery, right? Pick up a package or a supply setup in Stanton and deliver it to Nyx, or take something from Nyx to Pyro, etc., etc. That's going to break. I guarantee the first week that those missions are available, they will not work. There will be something. So keep in mind, we're currently on the static server meshing system, right? So there are a number of, I don't know the exact system of how it's working on like the hardware backend, right? Me showing the stable build shows we know how to fix things when they get broken. Exactly. So it's like, hey, even though some of this will come out in a bad or incomplete state or whatever, we know how to fix it, and we are committed to fixing it when it does break. As opposed to, yeah, here's our jank. We showed you our jank. Please buy ships. Okay, I think this is mostly working. I just want to sort of exaggerate the perspective a bit more. So, right, I was saying, so we're on static server meshing. I don't know the exact like hardware backend, but essentially what it is trying to do, what it is set up to do, is say, okay, we have, let's say, 7 server units. I don't know if that is physical hardware or just like, you know, clusters of server computers allocated to a specific purpose, right? Oh, I need to change the topic. 1 moment. There we go. But yeah, we have 7 server clusters, say. We're going to dedicate 3 of them to the Stanton system, 2 of them to the Pyro system, and 2 of them to the Nyx system. So, if a player is in Nyx, their data is being processed by the Nyx, one of the Nyx server clusters, depending on, you know, what part of the system they are physically in. If they head over to Stanton, it will be handed off from the Nyx server cluster to one of the Stanton server clusters. Right, and now the player is the player's client is communicating with that server cluster. And it's actually working very well, right? It's actually, like, compared to last year, significantly reduced the demand on each server. So the latency is much better, response times are much better. There's less like spatial clipping and you know, jiggle as stuff sort of tries to reconcile where it is supposed to be according to the client and the server. It is genuinely a better experience. But, you know, I 100% expect there to be some serious freaking jank when you have this mission. It's like, okay, it's gonna start on this server cluster, and then you need to jump over to this other one to finish it. Like, missions are going to get lost in transit. They absolutely are. Cargo's going to get lost. The handoff of, you know, here's your objective in system A, here's your objective in system B is gonna get confused. It could be any number of things. I guarantee it's going to happen. You know, understandable for a game that is in development. Understandable for a game that is actively developing its systems, that they're not going to work on day one. You know, for as much as people like to play Star Citizen, the fact is we're all still guinea pigs, right? We are voluntary game testers who have paid money to get early access to development builds. So yeah, shit's gonna be broken, and that's understandable and okay, you know, within reason. But that's not what you want to show the greater public and try and convince them, hey, this game you've been hearing about as a joke for a decade is actually in a really good place and like getting to a ready to play state, right? You know, I think I said at one point, I have a hard time imagining Star Citizen ever being bug-free. I have a hard time imagining them releasing new content and it's not just a mess when it comes out, right? It's just like it's baked in that scuff is going to be an eternal problem in my mind. And I would really like to see them get past that point, but we're still a long way from that. So yeah, I like my frustration and my determination about this. I know no one likes an armchair developer, but I'm honestly to the point of like, I want to go to the forums and make a post of like, guys, I am fucking begging you, do not release this build for IE. You are going to have a worse outcome. And if your marketing team says that you should do this, you should fire them because they're stupid. I would leave out that part, but I genuinely think the marketing team pushes for faster release dates than would actually result in better results. Good sentence, Kaiga. Very, very eloquent. Okay, I think the perspective on this is actually working alright. You just need to sort of clean up some of the anatomy so it's not quite so weird. You know, it would probably also help to actually put like a perspective plane down. Finding... Here, let me just get a grid. So yeah, that's what I would like to see from them. Yeah, I think the Nyx system is interesting. I'm down to try it out. I'm down to sort of see where it is and what it looks like and go there and all those things. But you know, my general sort of opinion is I want the game to play well and look good. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay. No, wrong layer. I'm gonna change this up though, so I think I'm gonna have this leg be far, you know, more sort of directly underneath the body. And then this one could be farther back. Or just a bit farther along in the stride, less halfway. The other thing that came to mind, and I was talking with my roommate about this earlier. So, 343 showed off a teaser and sort of an early gameplay demo for the Halo 1 remake. And I'm not even gonna get into the whole, like, the fact that it is coming out on PlayStation. There's been so much said about that. I don't think there's anything really left to say. Yeah, there we go. That feels right. Yeah, I think that part is fairly self-explanatory. I was watching a content creator, watching a YouTuber, tell me a little bit about his impressions of the video. Yes, thank you. Oh. I was watching the, and then I went back and sort of watched a little bit of the gameplay demo to get my own, sort of see some of the stuff that he was pointing out and get my take on it. And when I first saw that they had announced this, my sort of initial impression was 343 had given up. I refuse to call them Halo Studios. It's a fucking stupid name, and I will not do it. My first impression was 343 has recognized they don't know what they want to do. They don't know how to proceed with Halo, right? They tried Halo 4 and 5. People were okay with 4, did not like 5. So they tried Infinite. Took forever. Launch was ultimately pretty disappointing. Yeah, sorry, Panda, I forgot to turn those redeems off, but the costume colors are done. Halloween is over for another year. Look on the bright side. Only 365 days until the next Halloween. What was I gonna say? Right. So Halo Infinite, in my opinion, of my Sona's outfit. Halo Infinite, in my opinion, did not have a very solid launch. People seem to be kind of okay with the campaign, and then the multiplayer was almost sort of treated like an independent game. No, my normal outfits, I don't have any recolor stuff set up. That would be incredibly complicated. I don't know. I was not impressed with Infinite. I know some people had fun with it. Some people enjoyed the single player. Some people enjoyed the multiplayer. And I'm not going to tell them that they were wrong or anything. That's fine. That's fine. They're free to enjoy that game if they so choose to. But I don't think it was the home run that 343 or Microsoft are really hoping for. I think they found it to be ultimately disappointing, and we're just like, we spent way too much on this for the return that we ultimately got, right? So, you know, a bunch of the studio got laid off. They sort of backed off using a proprietary engine, and they're switching over to using Unreal. It's not a great scene. It's not a great situation for 343. And yeah, I saw that they're doing this, and it just kind of felt like, okay, this is them throwing in the towel and just admitting we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do with Halo that you guys are gonna like. So we're just gonna go back to the one that you do, and we're just gonna remake that. So I'm already coming in with a very critical mindset, and I will 100% acknowledge my bias. And I apologize if you are looking for an objective, you know, assessment of this, but I don't think I can get that. 343 cannot help themselves. Because even as they are trying to create a quote faithful recreation, you know, with some modifications, which I think is reasonable to a degree, they just keep doing things to it. They do things that indicate to me they don't understand what made Halo work in the first place. And it's a bunch of little things. It's a bunch of little things that is just gonna make me sound like, you know, a Redditor with a stick up their butt. But one of the complaints that I had in Halo 4 was I don't remember what they called them, but the new faction that came with Requiem, the Didacts robot minion things. They had shields, but where the Covenant shields would flash brightly as an indication of them, you know, diffusing the energy of the weapon and eventually getting overloaded. Prometheans, yes, thank you. You know, the Covenant shields flash when you impact them, and then they get overloaded and they pop like a bubble, and that bright silhouette that has surrounded typically the elite, you know, disperses, and it is a clear visual indicator their shields are down. Immense attack on this guy's ass. And the Prometheans never had that. You would hit the shield and there would be a little flicker of energy. And when the shield went down, there was a slightly bigger flicker of energy. And it was never the necessary visual indicator when you're running around doing a bunch of stuff, keeping tabs on multiple enemies, shooting them from distance of, okay, they're vulnerable to death now. And watching the remakes footage, I'm seeing the same thing happening. I'm seeing that same minimal visual indicator of shield interaction, where the Covenant shields just don't light up the way that they're supposed to, the way that gives a clear tell on how you should be responding and dealing with the Covenant's defenses. So that's red flag number one. Red flag number two, which is there's going to be no shortage of people already commenting on, is the inclusion of sprinting. And you might say, Kaiga, this is really dumb. Why do you care about the presence or absence of sprinting? So you know how I've talked about in MMOs, you have to design the scale of your world to account for the presence or absence of mounts, right? Because if you make a world that is supposed to be traversed entirely on foot, and then you introduce mounts, the world is going to feel too small, because now you can cover all of it in a fraction of the time, and the scale is going to feel off. Or, you know, you make the world built for mounts, and then it's going to feel incredibly large on foot, which, you know, can be part of the reward system of, oh, it used to take me forever to get from point A to point B, but now that I have a mount, it's a reasonable traversal of time. It's a similar problem by trying to recreate the map design of Halo 1, which had a single speed, but now allowing for what is essentially mounted speed, right? You have sprinting. You can just go much faster, and rather than, you know, sort of have that the moments of interacting with and appreciating and seeing the vistas, having the environment set the stage for you, you're just sprinting through the entire thing. Your weapon isn't ready. You're not, you know, Master Chief is not always guns out, ready to shoot at a moment's notice because he's sprinting. It's weird. It is problematic for the design, and it is problematic for the vibe. It creates problems that didn't need to exist if they had just left it out. Problem number 3 is the inclusion of hit markers. And this is really more like problem 1.5, but I forgot to mention it. So they're not as big, but there are like Call of Duty or Overwatch style hit indicators that when your shot lands on a target, there's a little like red X that pops on your crosshair, indicating that you landed a successful hit, which is not in Halo. Halo does not have that. Halo does not need that, because when you shoot an enemy, they recoil and there's a spurt of blood. Or if you shoot a shield, the shield flashes very brightly, right? There are visual indications in the behavior of the enemy that tell you what you need to know about your attack. You don't need a UI indicator. It is built into the game. So either it's redundant, right, because you're getting all the information you need on your attack hit successes from the visual tells of the enemy, or the visual tells of the enemy are not going to be as robust. The animations aren't going to be as telling. There's not going to be as much feedback in the visual effects, which is really sad, because that means that you are failing to live up to the standard set by a 24-year-old game. Final point. I didn't see in the demo any indication of a health bar, only the shield bar. There was a small bar underneath the shield bar, but it seemed to regenerate the same way as the shield bar, so I don't know what it was there for. And I just... So to be fair, Bungie was the original one to get rid of the health bar. They switched over in Halo 2 to just having regenerative shields. I personally think the health bar was a great way, and eventually they did switch back to just using a combination, right? They had health and shields, and it's really smart because you have the regenerating portion of your health bar that you can just tank hits, and then you get to cover and it comes back, and then you go in and keep blasting. That's smart, that's good. But oh no, your shields are down. Now the health that you are losing, that damage is not permanent, but you need a health pack to regenerate it, and those are in limited supply. So now you have to be more careful, you have to be smarter, because you can't just tank every hit. You really need to get to cover, because if that health depletes, you're done. Right? It creates a different feeling of having, again, not permanent throughout the entire level, but a persistent amount of damage accrued that you need to try and resolve by finding a health pack, as opposed to health that only needs to survive through a given encounter, and not even an entire encounter. You can, recharge it just, in a couple seconds by getting a momentary reprieve. Personally, I think that's better. I don't think Bungie ever should have dropped the health bar, but it's what it is. So, all of this to say, I do not get the impression from watching this video that 343 understands Halo. I don't think they get why elements of it were successful, which is fair. I don't think Bungie necessarily understood why Halo was successful. I think some of it does come from the fact that they were kind of just winging things, right? Like, the only design paradigms that they had at the time for first-person shooters was the Doom, Quake, Half-Life lineage of games, right? And Halo, like, very deliberately opts not to do those things. They very discreetly set off to make their own style of shooter. And I think they were very successful in that regard. But I think there is a weird sort of consequence that with each Halo, they were kind of just like doing shit and figuring out what worked and what didn't, which is fine. As I've said, I do not want to ever fault studios or developers for experimenting with their formula as opposed to resting on their laurels, because we get too many developers that are perfectly content with just repeating what has been successful and never trying to break the mold or do something new. And I just don't think 343 understands any of it. I feel like they're just flailing to get a grip on anything that will be successful. And even when they have something like this, it feels like, potentially an easy win, right? Just like make Halo combat evolved, make it modern, make it pretty, make it smooth. It feels like it shouldn't be that difficult, and yet they can't help trying to do something to it. They can't help trying to have their mark on it, and their mark is not good, man. Like, I know I'm being mean. I know I'm being extremely critical, but my subjective opinion is honestly that 343 has not made a good Halo. And Halo is all they make. Or try to. So, if they see... Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. So, if they see all of this feedback and they take it to heart and they go, okay, we need to retool this, we need to fix some of these elements and get into a better spot. I would be really happy about that. I think that would be amazing. I think that would be very great to see. Then yeah, please, 100%. You know, go wild. I don't think they're going to. Well, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I will be proven wrong, and maybe they actually have like something in the works that'll make this all feel much better than it does currently, and I hope that's the case. But you know, sort of like what I was saying about Star Citizen. It's like, okay, you came out to the public with this video and said, this is our best flag. This is what we have to show you. This is what we feel is in a good place and ready for, you know, the public to see and understand is our intention. And the public feedback so far, I don't think has been super positive. I don't get the impression that many people are really jazzed by what they're seeing. There was a report, you know, I think this is like leaked information, so, you know, take it all with a healthy amount of skepticism, but I think the sources are reliable enough that it can be reasonably trusted. But, you know, some measure of hearsay, right? There is a report that a lot of what we're seeing going on with Microsoft is due to an on-high decision that the Xbox gaming division is expected to have a profit margin, essentially, year on year return of 30%. Right? So if they spend I almost said 300 million, let's say, in development and expenditures and whatever else, then they need to generate 400 million in profits, in revenue, which is insane. It is an absurd number to demand of. I feel like anything, really. I don't know of many things that would like generate 30% profit revenue. I guess that's a bit redundant, but so the article that I was watching, you know, this is very editorial in their style, but their sort of speculation was that before the acquisition by Microsoft, Activision Blizzard was returning around 30% profit because they had that Call of Duty money. They had multiple studios working round the clock just generating content for that Call of Duty machine, and it was making them a lot of money. And Microsoft probably looked at that and went, oh, well, if they can do that, we can just get like the entire division up to a 30% profit margin, right? To which the obvious answer is no, but try telling that to a business person. Yeah, if you can't increase the money in, the only way that you would hit a target like that is by decreasing the money out. And then also trying to increase the money in by raising the price of Game Pass. Also, allegedly, there were complaints or complaints, assessments, however you want to put it, that due to Game Pass, Call of Duty sales were down by like $300 million. Like, that seems like the wrong number, but Call of Duty sales were way down because people were playing it through Game Pass rather than buying the game. Which is probably true, right? Reasonable enough assessment. Not gonna really try and refute that point. But as has been pointed out, it's very narrow thinking because you're saying, okay, yes, people are not buying Call of Duty Black Ops X for $60, right? They're just paying for Game Pass. But Game Pass doesn't get them the season pass, doesn't get them the microtransaction stuff, you know, that doesn't come bundled with the subscription. They still have to pay money after downloading the game on Game Pass to get all the stuff they want. Wasn't gonna pay $70 to play 6. Look, you don't need to validate getting it through Game Pass as opposed to buying it. I think that's completely valid. I think that is more than fair. I'm saying that the people looking at this and just saying, we lost however many millions of dollars of people that could have been buying the game because they just played it through Game Pass, are not taking into account the amount of post-purchase spending or in-game spending that those people will still be potentially committing to. And, you know, I'm not saying that those things are good. I don't like those things. But if we're taking a purely monetary standpoint, the point holds. So, yeah, it seems like Microsoft is putting the squeeze on Xbox, on the gaming division, to try and generate as much revenue as possible to feed the AI demon. Which is resulting in canceled projects, layoffs, increase in prices, fewer products, fewer good products. And basically the abandonment of Xbox as a hardware platform. But also please buy our $1,000 handheld. So that's fun. I was watching a video though, talking about contenders for Game of the Year, right? Sort of running through the list of titles for 2025 that they felt were likely to be nominated, right? The handheld upset me when it was like $400 more for an Xbox branded Steam Deck that doesn't get all the Wait, handheld upset me. $400 more for an Xbox branded Steam Deck that doesn't get all the console games. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The Ally is $400 more and doesn't get all the console games. I was like, there's a $1,400 Steam Deck? Are you out of your fucking mind? No, I had it backwards. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of no. It's kind of a massive L. I think I'm gonna go with the tank top today. No, you're good. You're good. I just misunderstood. It's really crazy because one of my friends was showing me there's a device called the Thor. It's basically someone made a homebrew like DS. It's great seeing. Oh yeah, no, it's great advertising for their competitors. So this Thor, it looks like a Nintendo DS. It's a little bit bigger. I think the top screen is like 6 inches. Ranging in price depending on the specs that you want, from like $250 to $430, and it's an Android handheld capable of running games, some games natively. It has a really good emulator on it, and I was watching him talk about this. I'm like, I didn't even know about this, and I kind of want one. Thing looks kind of crazy. And it's like, yeah, that for like anywhere between a quarter to less than half of what Microsoft is asking for their machine. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Are you guys even trying at this point? I don't know that you are. It's so sad. It's really, it is honestly sad. We'll try expanding this out just a little bit and see how it looks. Narrow this down a little bit. Oh, see, what I was saying, the Game of the Year stuff, I think the thing that has impressed me the most is how much, like, despite all the nightmares that have plagued the industry so far this year and over the last couple of years, we still have an incredibly good crop of games that have come out. We have incredible bangers, and stuff like Sword of the Sea came out this year, and I adored that game. I thought it was phenomenal, but I still don't know that I could put it as Game of the Year. I don't know that it would even be my Game of the Year. I'd have to go back through and look at the games that we played and see what came out this year, and say like whether I think about how it measures up to the other things. But like back in January, Monster Hunter Wild was on the horizon, and everyone's like, okay, this is like the shoe-in for Game of the Year. I think even when it initially came out, like the performance issues hit pretty hard pretty quickly, and that was definitely a limiting factor for a lot of people, but I think there was more optimism at the time that the performance would get sorted out and it would get better. I feel like some of that has waned. February and March, I felt like there was still the sentiment of, yeah, this is the Game of the Year. Like this game is super fun. It's super flashy. It's gonna be great. It's good. And at this point, like, it's not even in the discussion. Like, it never even came up in the video. Because, you know, you have Silksong, you have Hades, which are the two kind of indie darlings, but there's some other indie games in there that are like, yo, pay attention to this. You know, he brought up Split Fiction and just sort of said that, or, you know, made the point that the game's really good. It gets a lot of positive response from people, but it doesn't seem to have sort of gotten the staying power that It Takes Two was able to enjoy. And there's just so many other games that it's probably not gonna... It might get a nomination for something, but it's not gonna be Game of the Year contender, most likely. Obviously Expedition 33 is top of the list. We'll probably take it. Still need to play that game. But yeah, it's despite everything, despite overall quality of the year or lack thereof, despite everything that has been happening to the industry, there are a lot of people making really good games. I think we can enjoy that, at least. We can be happy about that. Here, let me see if I can find the video. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just curious what his... I wanna... There it is. I just want to get the part where he lists off his expected list, right?
For now,
yeah, here
all
it
we
is.
can do is reflect on the works that have been released this year and attempt to sort out which 6 will be contending for the GOTY in December. I feel pretty confident in saying that these 6 nominees for Game of the Year will be Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Hades 2, and Ghost of Yote, with Clair Obscur taking home the gold.
I think that's a solid list. I think that is I think that is likely. And you know, that is not to say that those are the only games that deserve to be on the list, right? There are plenty of other things that are very good that in a different year absolutely could have been there. But sorry guys, you just came out in a really competitive year. I think he even says
reflects what I think will be nominated, not necessarily my personal favorite games of the year, although many of them would be on that short list. And yes, now's the time for you to scroll down into the comments and tell me how very wrong these predictions are, while I respond by explaining exactly why I feel like they'll be correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was gonna bring... There's one part where he brings up like, hey, here's these other games that I think are really good and should have been there, like Sword of the Sea or Split Fiction. But they just don't... Wrong year. Wrong year, can't compete. And it should also be remembered, right? The Game Awards are a popularity contest. They're voted on I don't think there's any like, criteria for voting. Right? Everyone can just go to the website and be like, I really like this game and it should be Game of the Year, yay! And then whoever gets the most of that wins. So there's no like objective critical weight behind which game wins which award. And there's no, validation of saying like, oh, well, my game won Game of the Year, so it is objectively better than the game that you like, so me. It's like, shut the fuck up. No one cares. You think I'm over here playing the Riven remake because it's a contender for Game of the Year? No, I'm playing it because I love it. I'm playing it because this game is awesome. 1 second. I'm gonna get myself a lozenge real quick. The other night, I was in Coco's chat. Coco and Valk and Boru were playing Arc Raiders. Because it just came out. And they're all super excited, super looking forward to it. And this one guy in the chat was explaining how, or, saying that they were not particularly, saw the meme I posted. Which one? Oh, yeah. Really gonna post it on our Discord really quick just so everyone can see it. Oh, right. So yeah, this person was saying how they didn't feel like they were gonna pick up Arc Raiders. It didn't seem like it was that interesting to them. But that's fair. I think Arc Raiders seems like a pretty solid, competent extraction shooter. But I'm still not really big on extraction shooters in general. I don't really, in particular, I don't care for the PvP aspect of it. Part of the reason I like Forever Winter is entirely PvE, so it just sort of feels like a permadeath situation rather than getting dicked over by PvP bad luck. Anyway, this person says they're not really that interested in it, or they don't think they're gonna pick it up. Fair, valid. Boro sort of responded like, I'm having fun with it, we're having fun with it, and we think it's a good game. And then the person proceeded to like tear into both Arc Raiders and the finals and argue that the finals is a dead game, while Valk is sitting there. Valk, who spent a good chunk of her birthday stream playing the finals on stream, and it's like, dude, you're not winning this one. Like, it's fine that subjectively you don't think the game is appealing, but don't, like, harsh other people's fun. Like, that's gonna win the argument for you. And to patch, the players would get priority in games mode order for distance. When players were traveling, person was hiding in bushes, they would load first, then the bushes would spawn. I see why they had to patch it. I think that's reasonable. I kind of wish they had left it. So yeah, it was just really awkward, and some of the people in chat were trying to debate, discuss, talk them down, but all three of the streamers just kind of stopped paying attention to him. Just like, dude, you're not doing anything. You're not having a good faith discussion about this. It feels like you're just trying to talk shit about a game that we enjoy. See, I think it would be funny unless I had a really good loot drop I was trying to get out with and it got fucking lost because the bushes betrayed me. This will make this ribbon a bit bigger. There we go. I could just imagine the Jira ticket linking to the video someone posted to YouTube, and then the comment is just explain this before I kill you. Yeah, because there's no way that they should know that you're there and they just turn around and shoot you and then you see the replay and it's just like, oh. Oh, I was just having a picnic in the bushes. change the perspective on this real quick. That looks good. Okay, a couple more things just to sort of resolve some of the shapes and overlaps and whatnot. So we got trim of that. We can sort of reduce down, clean up the shape and anatomy of the leg, right? Are you talking about the drawing? Sorry, I didn't know if you were mentioning something from a game. Thank you. Yeah, my dumbass was like, what if we did a walking anime? What if we did a walking pose? In heavy perspective. This has been a year for pushing boundaries. Hey, thank you for the 10-month resub. I really appreciate the support, Jim. Maybe I should get some like custom resub notifications or something. Something a little flashy, a little special. Maybe that can be part of the 2.1 model. See about setting that up. I'm glad you guys like being here. Even if I do just kind of ramble on about dumb shit. When I start ranting about stuff, I'm like, no, I want it to be cozy. This is not cozy talk. This is rant talk. It's angry. One of the VTubers I followed for a very long time, might have been one of the first people I subscribed to, debuted a new model today. She did a rebranding. How it's done. I saw it, I didn't listen to it yet, but I did see the video and I was like, oh shit. Definitely gotta check that out. Oh, do you guys know the little animation Missing Halloween about the little boy and the girl that go trick-or-treating? It's like a classic animated short on YouTube. He released a very short sequel to that yesterday. It's the 10-year anniversary It's kind of amazing to think like these things were 10 years ago, you know? I don't remember for sure. I feel like the original Missing Halloween was like a school project or something that he did. It was like very early in his animating career. He's done a bunch of really other popular stuff since then. Very good animator, very kid style. Okay, I'm gonna walk this back just a little bit to sort of try and balance the length of it out, you know? Missing it. It's a classic, yo. It's a classic video. There we go. There. Now we made 10 more usernames. They're gonna be adults at that point. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna sort of reduce this down a little bit. Because we're losing the idea. We're losing some of the structure. So I'm gonna pull this up. Or slide it over in there. back a little bit more. Yeah, that'll work. Right, so there's the ankle. Ankle bone right there, heel right there. Slide this like so. I don't quite like where it's sitting. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this out. I'm just gonna delete it. Go make another layer. What I essentially want to do is we're just gonna draw through and figure out where this needs to go, right? So if this is the track that we're walking on, okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger to sort of match the size of the other foot more closely. Yeah, I think having it overlap as well is better, right? Because otherwise we get this weird sort of like billboarding effect where everything is sort of equally visible. We don't want that. So I think to that end, rather than pull the jacket out so that we can see the leg more clearly, I'm gonna pull it in so that it overlaps them and we get a better sense of depth. Right, so this leg is just sort of like peeking around behind the leg in the foreground and under the jacket. Yeah, that would be a critical step. Would recommend doing that. There we go. It's Saturday, that's what it's for. Yeah, I think we should have 3-day weekends just so that we can have an unequivocally brain dead day, you know? Like, okay, you got shit to do over the weekend, you got 2 days for that. And then you just have a day where it's just like, head empty. Out of curiosity, so how's our perspective looking now? Pretty good, I think. Right, if we started to take that, like right there, and take this one, sort of stretch down to about here. Yeah, that seems about right. I think that works. Okay. Last little detail. I say last. I just want to bring the calf up a bit farther. So the head of the calf muscle is below the knee, but then the tendons do loop in behind it. So I want to make sure that that gets its adequate representation. And we'll bulk up the calf muscle a little bit, just so that's not a completely straight line down through the knee. Oh, I was talking a bit about maglevs earlier. I don't know. I feel like maglevs are a really interesting technology. You know, there's a lot of excitement around them, obviously. I think they can serve a purpose for, you know, like long distance travel. I think... I don't know, because... obviously, the big selling point of a maglev train is the speeds that you can get up to when you're not contending with friction. Yes, the big sort of question, or the problem with that, is when you are just sort of operating, you know, like a commuter train, which is making a ton of stops from A to B to C, you're not going to be able to hit those high speeds because you're stopping every like 2 minutes. So that's not much of a selling point, but I don't know, like if you can get up to a decent speed, you have less wear and tear on the train because you don't have wheels that are contacting the rail. It's a quieter experience because you don't have the friction. And that still seems like a better overall experience, even if you're not sort of hitting those the top speeds that everyone wants to see. I don't know. I am not sure. I feel like the real problem has just been getting the technology to be super sound and then convincing people that it's worth building. Because there have been a couple instances of, well, like, demonstrative people movers, effectively, that have been built. There were like a couple in Europe. I think China has a maglev train. Japan is working on one. I guess part of the argument is maglev trains are way more expensive than conventional trains. So, you know, if you're just gonna build a train for regular function, why would you build a maglev over building a conventional train? I suppose that's the real sort of sticking point. Just somewhat reasonable. Yeah, you look at the cost of solar panels like 15 years ago versus what they are now. You know, as solar development, solar powering became more and more commonplace, the production ramped up, the costs have gone down, and now it's like, yeah, so installing solar just makes sense to do. It's much, much cheaper. I feel like a similar thing could happen with maglevs if we got to a point where people felt like it made sense to use that over conventional trains. Like, okay, well, you know, the means of production are there, the supplies are there, the know-how is there. So compared to a conventional train, you know, the cost is not significantly higher, and yeah, the payoffs to wear and tear and rider experience and all that are good enough that it's like, yeah, let's go ahead and do this one. This seems better. Potentially. There could certainly be aspects of it that I'm not seeing. What do I know? I'm not an engineer, Colonel. I'm gonna make things pretty, Colonel. Okay, I think we're about done. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up the line work a little bit, just because I want to try and have some slightly more defined shapes to work with as we go into coloring and painting. As opposed to just sort of winging it like I have been doing with a lot of drawings lately. don't know. The winging's been going okay. I feel like there are times where I end up spending a lot more effort cleaning stuff up than I might otherwise want to. If only, you know, little stuff like that of just like leftover lines that I have to paint over. Okay. I started watching the second season of Has Been Hotel last night. Seems like something appropriate-ish to watch for Halloween. It's off to a really good start. I really liked the first episode. Maybe it's just my affinity, but I feel like there's something special about 2D animation. Maybe it's just knowing the amount of effort that goes into 2D animation compared to 3D, which isn't to say that 3D animation is easy. But there are a lot of tools for it, and I feel like 2D animation at a certain point, to really get it to look and feel right, you just have to go frame by frame. It's like yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The two that were out. Gravity Songs. I have the first episode or the second, because I haven't watched the second one yet. Okay. I don't know, like, because of stuff like Spider-Verse, K-pop Demon Hunters, and even like Inside Out 2's animation was really good, right? So I don't wanna just be like, oh yeah, 2D great, 3D bad. I think it's the same misplaced argument that a lot of people have with CGI in movies, right? Like, most movies at this point use some level of CGI. They might not use as much as other movies. They might not use it as overtly as other movies do. Not everyone is freaking MCUing it up with people flying through the air shooting lasers and blowing up buildings, but you'll still use CGI to dress a set, add stuff in, take stuff out, right? Augment ideas. So I don't think it's as simple as saying like, oh yeah, 2D is inherently better. But I think, I don't know, when 2D animation is done right, it's very satisfying. Yeah, certainly 2D animation can be done very, very wrong. And it can be done very cheaply, which is not satisfying either. So I guess more the feeling that I have is not necessarily like, oh, one's better than the other. I think it's just how much like the big money industry has moved away from 2D animation. They don't see it as being profitable. They don't see it as being worth the effort. When 3D seems to just do a lot better and make a lot more money. Which is not entirely untrue. I feel like Spider-Verse, basically Sony's animation studio right now. Obviously what they're doing is still in 3D, but they're taking a very sort of 2D punk approach to the way that they do their 3D. I think it's, I think it shows, right? I think it's very refreshing. I think it's very satisfying. Excuse me. They're taking lessons from other mediums to get the look and feel that they want for their 3D. I think that's very good. Yeah, probably if Disney and DreamWorks and such did not abandon 2D in the way that they have. Having really successful 2D shows like Has Been Hotel And I'm gonna go ahead and say Knights of Guinevere, even though, you know, it's only had its pilot. Owl House, you know, stuff like that would probably not be quite as, like, oh god damn, this is amazing. It wouldn't be quite as novel, I suppose, right? Because just like, yeah, it's more good 2D animation. But we don't live in that world. We live in a 3D world. Yeah, I don't know. The whole, like, oh, I don't like CGI in my movies. I like practical effects. I like blah 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 blah. It's like, it's such a dumb reductionist argument. So a lot of times, even when people do use practical effects, they still like polish it up and add to it using digital augmentation, right? They'll layer stuff into the practical effects to make it more robust. And yes, there's absolutely stuff that practical effects do better than digital effects, right? For all of the effort that has been put in, there are still like glaring issues in some of the material renderings and lighting passes that are hard to get around. It is hard to create a convincing connection between a real actor and something that is not there. Actors can be very good, but it's a very big hurdle to overcome. You know, whereas having something physically present helps a lot. But, you know, I think even like in Rogue One, you know, they had Alan Tudyk as the actor for K2. And so it's like, okay, so he was the voice actor. No, he was the actor. He was on set in the body tracking suit. And then they just effectively dubbed over his presence with the digital K2 model. They probably had a few parts where they had like some practical element to connect to a thing that he was touching or some such. But, you know, the part where K2 slaps Andor, it's way easier if you actually have Alan slap Diego than to try and figure that out and time a digital model to it. But, you know, that's not saying, oh, well, we didn't use digital for it. We understood how to blend digital and physical. We understood when it was the right time to use each tool in our kit. So to me, saying like I don't like digital effects in my movies is like saying I don't like screwdrivers. We should never use screwdrivers. It should just be hammers for everything. And yes, absolutely, people overuse CGI. They use it in places where it would be better to do a practical effect or have, you know, something physical on set, but they didn't want to pay the budget for it, so they just copped out with the CGI stand-in. That absolutely happens a lot. You know, Lord of the Rings had CGI stuff that they laid into like real world aerial shots. You know, like, oh, you know, these guys are walking through the scenery. They're walking through beautiful New Zealand, but we want to add like these ruins here. It's just like a 4-second shot. We're not gonna, you know, build this massive set piece to try and explain that. So let's just we'll build the CGI model and we'll edit it in post. Whereas, you know, the city of Rohan is this location that the actors need to interact with, and we need to have a really understandable space because there's going to be a bunch of scenes that are shot here. So they just went and built the city of Rohan. And then, you know, they built like a model for Rivendell, and then they built sets, but then they built the model and laid it over digital backgrounds. Like it was a mix of elements, right? It was a combination of things to get the desired outcome, not just we're gonna do all one or all the other. So yeah, I think it's a bad faith argument. I think it is a misunderstanding that stems from overuse of CGI in place of other tools. I understand that frustration, but just saying we shouldn't use it at all is the same problem in reverse, right? There we go. Alright. I think that's about good. I'm feeling this one. Honestly, kind of impressed. I thought I would be fighting the perspective a lot more. Excuse me. I feel like I should add gross voice to my stream tags. 1 second. There we go. I don't like this arm, is the thing. I'm trying to balance it out and it's just not working. Yeah. Alright, I think we got one more little cleanup right in here, and then we can start blocking some colors in. I feel like some of the recent drawings, sort of the explorations of skin tone and skin lighting, have been very successful. I'm really happy with how that's evolving, because I feel like that's always been a bit of a challenge for me. And even when my anatomy does not hold up super well, I think lighting and rendering has been a stronger element that I've been able to grasp and evolve more easily. Well, that's no good. Some of the jawline down a little bit. There we go. Let's clean up a few of the weird little odds and ends in here, right? Can add some robustness to the body of the hair later. Good. Alright. I'm willing to... I think we can work with that. So... all this together. Get that shit out of here. Good. Good. Oh, I missed a spot. Alright, and now we do everybody's favorite part where I pull up the model sheet. Where'd you go? You over there. And we're actually, because I need to get the color reference for the jacket as well. I'm gonna grab this one. There we go. Alright. And we need the model sheet. Alright. Grab that. Actually, gonna bring you. Yeah, that's fine, actually. And you guys right there. Yeah, there will be. Or no, there won't. Okay, I know what I want. I know what I can do. Okay. Okay. A little bit of this in right here. We can reference this section as we need to for the others. Shit. This is gonna be really... No, it's not gonna work. Alright, where do I have a good example of this? Use material color. What? Well, maybe I don't. Huh. I don't draw them that often. That's weird. Okay, well, now, alright, well I know where there's some that I can work with. Let's see, where to go, where are you? Sorry, I'm trying to remember where stuff is located. Sometimes it's harder than you would think. There we go. Alright. Successfully navigated. There you are. That's what I want. All that for a little strip of color right there.
You're watching watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Yeah, there we go. Go ahead and merge that in for good measure. Where'd you guys go? Okay, what's next? I think the jacket's gonna be next, yes. For that, we're gonna need you. Go ahead and grab this color, and then we'll gradate in the other one in a minute. There we go. Go ahead and do a little fill through just to make sure we cover all of our bases, right? Okay. We're gonna go back here, grab the upper color. Something like that. Okay. Sorry, thinking is slowing down. I guess we're getting to that time of night. Right. Let's do the jacket trim. We're gonna have to see what tomorrow looks like in terms of possibility of a bike ride. Would really like to go, but I think it's gonna be a really wet day. I don't know how that's gonna play out. Excellent. Just gotta double check Madrid. Make sure I'm doing it right. There we go. Alright, that looks pretty good. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. Then we need a hair color, so I think we'll do that. No, let's do the halo next. Cool. Okay. Good. Alright, now the hair. Oh, we gotta do the shoes too. I don't do the shoes very often. I forget about them. Thank you, autosave. Okay. I'm just gonna grab that. Good. Okay, I think the gem and the shoes are the last two details. And then we can block in the background. Easy. Good. Alright, and then I remember what that's about. Okay. Might adjust the perspective on those a little bit as we get into the painting, but save that for later. Okay. Did the halo, did the shoes. Oh, the gem. I was like, I knew there was something I'm forgetting. Let's go! Oh. Okay. Just block in this little guy right here. Or maybe we can. Could probably just paint this in later, but no harm in getting it set up right now, right? Alright, cool. Oh shit. I forget the I've. Where's the hair? I think that would be a pretty easy thing to spot, but not so, as it turns out. Flip it over for a second, see how things are looking. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I like that color. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. I think that's aight. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna set up with the soft blue shadow. Kind of middle saturation, nothing too heavy, right? This is kind of weird, but I'm not super... It's not Clip Studio's blur tool, specifically. just sort of in general, I'm not a big fan of blurring. It can get some nice effects, but I feel like, I don't know, there's something about it that doesn't feel like a proper fade or a proper gradation. It just feels overly fuzzy. Like it just has zero definition to it, and I don't care for that look. I find I like to try and do it by hand when I can. There we go. Can kind of shade the whole back leg a little bit, right? Give it a little bit of depth. Probably do some cleanup on the perspective of some of the parts as we go. Okay. Good. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot temperature. And I forgot my eyeliner. I always forget the eyeliner. I don't know why it's so hard to remember that part. Okay. Back up to the shadow. I forgot to put some in the eyes here. Cool. Alright, and then what's the other thing? Ah! Okay, there we go. Little Sonic. Happy Saturday. Happy November. Hope you're doing well. Try a trick here and see how it goes. Okay, so we have the negative space. Okay. We've got that. Okay, and then flip it. I feel like I'm doing this. How am I doing this? How am I trying to do this? Right. Okay, so that's a negative. Flip that. Gameplay test of Coffee Talk. How'd that go? Is that a VR game? What's an overlay? Oh, okay. That's pretty good. Feel a little bit more saturated? Yeah, it feels pretty good. I like that. Well, I hope it went well. Let's see. Cool. little bit just sort of mixed in here for good measure. Just sort of right along the point of contact between the lit side and the shaded side, right? Of the softer shadow areas, we can throw some of this in. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. A little bit underneath the nose there. A little cloudy right now, but I think that's fine. Yeah, let's put the orange in. Maybe a bit more red than that. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. Try that and see what it feels like. Give that a spin. Run for his money. Color dodge. Shiny. Interesting. Overlay looks like that. Vivid light looks like that. Alright. Let's leave it on. Let's try glow dodge and see what that looks like. Once we mix it in on some other spots. Oof, that's hot. It is really hard. Honestly, it blends a lot better than color dodge does, though. There we go. Good. Yeah, color's too saturated. Like it's pretty in its own way, but I just don't like sort of what it's doing to the color, if that makes sense. It's sort of blowing it out. Let's try this. Yeah, overlay is like not. Oh, because it's a 30%. Okay, so overlay is too small. Off light. Okay, I think that works. You can try that. Alright. Let's just blend that in. Yeah, so that's not gonna work. That's too... Out of curiosity, take this and just blast the saturation. What's that look like? Yeah, that's no good. Even that's like too much. Okay. Alright, I want to try one thing just to see if this will sort of harmonize it the way I want it to go. So we're going to take this. I think one other thing will probably help. Was this right? Probably, honestly, just do a fill on this and then kind of spot check it, but whatever. Good. Okay, so if we set that to overlay, that's pretty, actually. Hmm. Okay, let's leave that there for now. See how we feel about it in a minute. We need to get background worked in as well. Okay. So, think of what I want to do with the colors. I think it's an okay start. But it's not quite, I think, getting where I want it to go. I'm gonna try a couple other things possibly and see what I'm feeling like. So I guess the question that I'm sort of poking at, pondering, if you will, is do we want to have really saturated warms, desaturated cools? We want to have really saturated cools and desaturated warms. Is it too yellow? Is it too red? What's gonna get us the right look, right feel? honestly just be too saturated. Admittedly, without or bringing some idea of the background into play, I do kind of feel like the color wash idea is not as necessary as it initially felt like. Like, it works fine, I think it's just like a hint rather than really sort of trying to push the colors in a certain direction, you know? And try one other thing. What if we change the direction of the light? No. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm starting to hone in, I think, on what I want to do. So I don't want to have like a clear light source here. I think it's too strong and it doesn't denote the mood that we're going for. Yeah. Okay. Let me try one thing. Might not be a great idea, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna see what it does. And see if that sort of gets us into a place that I'm happier with. Kind of? Kind of. See, I feel like something... I feel like I want to push one of the tones to be longer than the other. I feel like right now we're not really getting that effect going on. I'm not sure which direction I want to push it. See, like, pushing that too much into being a color just feels... It doesn't feel right. It feels artificial. Yeah, that sure as shit don't work. Yeah, I guess it's an okay place to start. It's just something about it feels... Okay. Yeah, something around there, I guess. A little bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's close-ish. It's close-ish. It's an idea. Yeah. Just going off of one of the references. Excuse me. Just going off of one of the references I have. Tried doing like a sort of a higher saturation at the point of contact. See what that looks like. How'd you like it? Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the particular look and feel I want. Something about it is not
sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your
quite
fucking
working
posture, you croissant-looking letter C
the way that I
crescent
want it
moon
to.
ass Scoliosis motherfucker.
I don't
Fix your
think it's...
spine. Damn.
I don't think that contact saturation is the play. Yeah, let's just try completely desaturating this and see how that feels. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good... I think that's better. I think that's a good place to start. And then sort of figure out how I want to work the orange in more. That's not good. Yeah, because I do want to have some of the fall colors rolling in, right? The trick is mostly like figuring out where I want it to be, how I want it to sit and balance. Yeah, just to pull this idea one more time and see if we can't get something to sort of play nice. We have these little, like, moments of illumination, right? How does that feel? That's kind of fun, right? Just having little bits of it here and there, rather than trying to make the entire ground that tone. Sort of having like a transition, right, between A and B and C and D, and E and F and G and H and I. Yeah, there we go. That starts to give more like texture to the ground as well, right? So I got the like diffuse coming up from the cooler tone, and then we can have these sharper highlights that are in the warm color. That's starting to get somewhere. That's starting to get somewhere. I like that. Keep sort of going back and forth on how much I want to control the tone and avoid oversaturation, but let's try this. If we desaturate most of it, then we sort of come in with a remove some of that around, right around here, sort of in the focal areas, right? So rather than, I mean, we'll probably still do our sort of post-process pass, but we can sort of let the saturation sit around the focal point and let the rest of it sort of desaturate more. I think that's getting somewhere. Okay, I like that. I think I'm gonna knock out the color toning just because it's getting like too orange. I don't like how that feels. But I think what we have now is working pretty well. I'm gonna try one thing just to sort of see what this looks like. Yeah, it doesn't really change it that much. Okay, yes. This, I think, is hitting a good spot. I think this is hitting a stride. Okay. So then I'm going to do one last trick. I know, we're playing with a lot of ideas, but, you know, it is in service of trying to get the right mood. And frankly, I think we hit the sketch pretty quickly, so I'm kind of glad that it's like, it gives us, we have that sort of grace and open room to mess around with ideas and find something that really sort of hits the mark, the feel. Well, that's insane. Okay, so not glow dodge. I mean, even at a lower intensity. Oh. I don't know, at a lower intensity, it's going kind of hard. It's kind of going. I feel like we're starting to get that nice, like, focus in around the face and the upper body. Okay. Kind of working for me. What do you guys think? I'm glad you like it. I feel like I've been not quite fighting with it, but there's definitely been a lot of discussion, right? A lot of sort of going back and forth with it of, okay, like, what is this gonna do? What is this gonna look like? Do you respond to this? Are you gonna work with this? I think we're definitely getting somewhere pretty agreeable. Ugh, ew. Okay, that's starting to work. Okay, you know what? Rather than try and get the particular blending of this in a layer, I think we're gonna be better off. Maybe we can put just a little bit of that to sort of lighten the crown, but I think I'm gonna be better off just sort of taking the colors that we have and painting in what I want to see. I think that gives us a good place to start, right? Okay. One final note, I think, just to wrap up the evening. Now, actually, I was going to size down the halo, but I think it's fine. I think it's sort of sitting a little bit back. So the diameter feels okay. There's one thing that has sort of evolved in an interesting way, and I don't really mind it, it's just weird, is the halo is supposed to be more triangular. It's like a rounded triangle, and I feel like a lot of times they just draw it as a circle. It's like, it's not right. I'll see if I can tweak that a bit. Actually, easy way to correct that right now would be to just take this little bit. And we're just gonna nudge it down there. Take this bit. Nudge you like that. And then we'll just correct it in the paint over. Isn't the lining into... You are right. Now we'll try and remember to add that later. Here, you know what? We can even do it right now. Probably have to clean it up later because I'm definitely going to go over that section repeatedly. But we can at least put it in as a placeholder. Just slim up the face a little bit. Profile feels a bit weird. There we go. We can even say we got to the paint over tonight. Technically, we did. Yeah, so what I'm kind of imagining for the crown... What's up, Panda? Where are the triangles? Which triangles? We sort of go... We can sort of highlight on the shirt but not on the drawing. Oh, this is a different shirt. Yeah, I'm just wearing my normal tank top in this one. So yeah, maybe do something like that. Just some of the top of the head is catching that highlight. Maybe. We'll see how it feels. We'll see if it's the right take on it. Yeah, that took a little negotiating. Oh, and then just sort of as a proof of concept, right? So I take the halo, reconnect these bits, send it around the back. Something like this. This will sort of get that shape of the halo a little bit more in line with what we want. This feels a little bit large, but not terribly so. I think it's workable. Just sort of bring up the points of contact where the old halo is sitting. Yeah, there we go. I do think it's gonna need to be bulked up a little bit. Feels a bit thin right now, but good reference position that we can easily sort of build on top of. It's easier to build something up in this method than it is to reduce it down. Yeah, I think this is off to a really good start. Honestly, kind of to your point, Standing, I kind of felt like it would be harder. Like, there was definitely a lot of back and forth, there was a lot of adjustment, a lot of correcting, but never really felt like I was fighting it that hard. More just sort of, like I said, discussing it. I was having a conversation, trying to get the right feel. So yeah, we'll pick this one up on Tuesday. We'll keep going. Honestly, with the rate it's going right now, I don't know how long this one's gonna take. Wouldn't surprise me if we finish it next week. So yeah, we'll keep going with it. We'll keep plugging away and then sort of building it up, trying to get to that sort of November mood. Yeah, we'll keep playing Riven. So we played a lot. We did a lot of game streaming the last couple of weeks. So I think we're gonna shift back to focusing on art. So hello. So Tuesday and Thursday, I think will both be art streams, and then we'll pick up Riven again on Saturday and sort of start. I feel like we got a bunch of pieces, right? We got some good information. We have a bunch of locations available, and now we need to start actually like putting those pieces together and solving puzzles. I think that's going to be the next phase of the operation, so to speak. But I like the game. It's really interesting because I have these vague memories of Riven from when I was a wee one. Just a little pebble, if you will. You know, some of the locations, like the village beside the lake. I remember it, but I have no recollection of like what any of the shit is. So it's really interesting to sort of go back through and sort of understand it with more maturity and better context. It's very cool. It's very cool. Alright, chat. I think with that though, we gotta wrap it up for the night. I'm gonna shut down the YouTube VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. We're gonna find somebody to raid. Bye, VOD squad. Oh!